right, all right, all right. Let's see. So, what a interesting day, eh? Chavez from Louisville, protester, leader, and in the protest that was taking place for Breonna Taylor, he was shot and killed. Crazy. And I guess people are like, protesters are mourning over the loss of a 21-year-old Travis who was shot and killed in Louisville, Kentucky, nearly 6 months after the protests first gathered at Jefferson Square Park. One man of the forefront of Louisville fight for justice has been killed. He's been shot multiple times Sunday night, according to the police. He was taken to the hospitals where he died later. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hey, everybody. So, I'm sitting around here, and I'm just kind of going over everything. Brandon, hey, what's up? Bitcoin, BMW, how you doing? LS Crew, hello. Seymour, NetPC, what's going on? The leader of Breonna Taylor's protest, Travis, he's 21 years old. He was shot multiple times last night, or on Sunday, I should say. He was taken to hospitals where he died afterwards. He succumbed to his injuries. Shot during a carjacking. Exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And I guess they're getting mad. Like they're rioting over this shit. I'm trying to pull up some feeds and stuff right now, but I guess it's going to be bad tonight. There's stuff on social media about what was going on. So I don't know. I don't get it. Like, are they just going to use any... And I don't want to seem heartless. Like, don't get me wrong. I do not want to seem heartless. But are they going to use any excuse to just keep this crap going on? Like, I know it sounds heartless. But, like, at what point are they going to say, like, okay, like, enough? Like, it wasn't cops that killed him. But they're treating it like it was. Like, I just don't understand it. The leader was 21. Yeah, he was 21 years old. He was the one that got everybody together at Jefferson Park in Louisville, Kentucky. It was a fight for justice protest. Everything okay there at your home? Seymour. I was tired last night, but it wasn't due to carbon monoxide. I do have a crack in my furnace that could be leaking, so they condemned my furnace. Yay! So now I'm not allowed to use the furnace. So I am now heating my home with little electric heaters. Fuck my life. But I'm not worrying about that right now. I'm just going to focus on... Yeah, I guess there's a crack in one of the stones and in the wall of the furnace. It's an older furnace too. It's expensive. Yeah, it's expensive. Gotta get a wood stove. I would love a wood stove, but it's just not things that are in my foreseeable future, I guess you could say. So right now I am electric heater. I gotta actually go buy another electric heater because the upstairs was a little cold. So, but all in all, it's all right. It's all good. So yeah. So getting back to this, he was killed, and now I don't even know what's going on with that. Like, that's absolutely crazy. I gotta pick out some music too for a project that I'm doing. Pellet stove's way better than wood stove, and you don't need a chimney like a wood stove. Nice. Space heaters matter. Yes, they do. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what's going on. Yeah. Are you shitting me? Well, no, I know you're not. I know you're not lying to me, Finest, there, but are you crazy? They did not add an exhibit for George Floyd. There's no way they did that. If they did that, that is like, don't get me wrong, people. Nobody should have to die. Okay, like I'm pro-life, you know, but like seriously, the guy was a career criminal. That is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. That just killed my whole sense of faith in the system and faith in everything. To me, that demoralizes the whole Holocaust museum. It's not the Holocaust where innocent people were killed. Millions of innocent people were killed by the Germans and stuff like that. But now what is it, just a museum for criminals that died? Like, you see how stupid that is? You can't coincide those two people. That's so stupid. Fuck. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. Let's take a career criminal with fentanyl and everything else and put him in a museum that deserves to be like remembered. Like remember. People outraged after Holocaust Museum added George Floyd exhibit, says it implies that police are Nazis. There you go. See? I'm not the only one. Hey, let's put this up on the screen here while I look at this. Is ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous thing I've seen in my entire life. People outraged after Holocaust Museum adds George Floyd exhibit, says it implies that police are Nazis. Not only does it imply that police are Nazis, but any of those racist pieces of shit. And my background's German, so people just keep that in mind. That implies that what the people that died during the Holocaust, they're criminals as well. That's how I look at it. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. What else we got here? George Floyd is added to the Holocaust Museum? ? The Travis and the Holocaust and the 6 million Jews victim, and the implies that American police are not. Wow.
Today, the Holocaust Memorial Resource and Education Center is showcasing a new exhibit.
It displays powerful images taken after the death of George Floyd. As News 6's Ezzy Castro got a look at this exhibit and spoke to the photographer who captured moments he says he'll never forget.
When you walk inside the Holocaust Center in Maitland, you'll be able to see some of the faces of those who mourn the death of George Floyd, a black man who died in police custody in Minneapolis on Memorial Day. His death sparked protests across the city and around the country. The portraits captured by photographer John Noltner.
When George Floyd was killed, that happened 11.6 miles north of my house. And I knew with a piece of my mind's goal being to hear voices that aren't always heard as well as they should be, I knew that I wanted to go up to that site.
Just days after Floyd's death, Knowltner came to the site where dozens were gathering, many who were still trying to process the tragedy in their community. And he decided to capture the tears behind his lens.
What was the vibe? What was the feeling that you were
This is
feeling
crazy.
when you arrived to that location?
There was clearly pain and frustration and mourning happening, but it was a space that was open to anybody who wanted to show up and understand what was going on.
The exhibit shows 45 strangers, each of them sharing their own message to the world.
And one of the portraits that you can see here is the father of Michael Brown Jr., who was fatally shot by police in 2000.
This is the look of a hurt father, all love and respect.
14 in Ferguson, Missouri.
So my goal is for people to simply come through the exhibit, to hear these stories, to look at these faces, and to be open to considering the world in a new way.
And the exhibit is free to the public and will be open on Sundays and Mondays here at the Holocaust Center. For more information, you can find out more on clickorlando.com. In Maitland, Ezzy Castro getting results, News 6.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting, and I'll tell you why I think it's disgusting. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with anything at all. You take
for months, protesters in Louisville have marched for justice for Breonna Taylor.
I don't know where
Tonight, they're marching for one of their own. Thank you for joining.
So it's disgusting because screw the race. Like, forget about the race stuff. Forget about the fact that he's black or anything. He was a career criminal. He was a career criminal. How does he deserve to be put in that? Right side by side with innocent people that have died in the most horrific event that you can imagine. How does he earn that place? When good, innocent people put their life out on the line, like that has to be, you know what? That has to be fake. I agree. Zero. There's no way that can be real. There has to be. There's no way they would put that. They would do that. That is the most. How does a career? How is it that we I can't even speak. I'm so pissed off right now. I can't even speak. How is it that we turn around and we take career criminals and make them martyrs? Literally, does anybody ever look at the history of what he did in his past? Like, he was a piece of shit. I don't care if I get backlash for this. He was a piece of shit. It wasn't like an innocent man died at the hands of piece of shit cops. The cops were pieces of shit too. Don't get me wrong. The cops were pieces of shit for what they did, and they're racist, obviously racist pieces of shit. He robbed a pregnant lady. Yeah, didn't he hold a knife to her or something like that, or at gunpoint? Yeah, at gunpoint. And this is a guy that we put right side by side with the Holocaust, with the our world's done. I'm scared. I'm scared for our kids. How is it that the is mandating masks in people's houses and give out hotlines to call and snitch on people? See, Rick, you're just getting a taste of what we're dealing with here in Canada. Now, I'm telling you guys, there's more to come. There's more to come. I've been saying this for a while, but there's more to come. You guys are soon, you're going to have checkpoints. Your stores are going to be closed down to non-essential items. I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot more coming. We can't even go to the store and buy, like, chips and clothing and stuff like that unless we go to, like, a corner store to buy the chips. You cannot shit like that at Walmart anymore. They closed off all the sections except for non-essential items. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. A lot more has come. And yet, this was something that was only supposed to last a month, guys. And now all of a sudden, look at a year later, we're into this shit. I'm so pissed off with the George Floyd thing. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. I got to play something else here just to get my mind off of that. The fact that they just did that. That is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. And it has nothing to do, let me make it very clear to you, it has nothing to do with the fact that he's black. It has nothing to do with any of that shit. It has to do with the guy's character, who he was. He does not deserve to be in the same building and have a shrine beside people that suffered and went through the Holocaust. That's as simple as it gets. It has nothing to do with I would be saying the same damn thing whether he was white or any other nationality. Has nothing to do with that. So let me just make that very clear before I get a shitload of fucking emails of people saying, oh, you're so racist. No, I'm not being racist. I'm saying the fact is that the guy was a piece of shit career criminal, and every time he got caught by the cops, he swallowed fentanyl, and that last time he actually happened to kill him. Simple. Did the cops contribute to it? Absolutely. They were pieces of shit too, as well. But the fact remains is that he was a career criminal, and they're putting him on a pedestal right beside the people that had to deal with going through the Holocaust. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. Wayne's George was a life victim. Forgive him for dying. He was a life victim. Forgive him for dying. He paid the ultimate price. I agree. But he doesn't deserve to be put on a pedestal. That's ridiculous. Truth equals racism. Well, then so be it. I don't care. The truth needs to be told. I don't care what that. I'll be damned if. No, never mind. I'm not even gonna get into that. It's disgusting, is what it is. Nothing more than that. Let's see what this has to say. This is my first time looking at this.
For months, protesters in Louisville have marched for justice for Breonna Taylor. Tonight, they're marching for one of their own. Thank you for joining us here at 11 o'clock. I'm Doug Prophet. This evening, protesters marched through downtown Louisville as they were mourning the death of Travis Nutt.
Isn't it funny that the mainstream media is out right now? They can't be out there whenever they're committing the crimes. They can't be out there when they're burning and looting the stores. They can't be out there for any of that shit, but they can be out there. They can be there to push the fact that another black man died. Let's see how much they exaggerate it.
Tonight, they're marching for one of their own. Thank you for joining us here at 11 o'clock. I'm Doug Prophet. This evening, protesters marched through downtown Louisville as they were mourning the death of Travis Nutt, killed in a shooting overnight. This march down 6th Street to Broadway followed a vigil held at Jefferson Square Park as well, holding candles and photos of Najee. People gathered at 6th and Jefferson while cars lined up around Jefferson Square flashing their headlights. People took turns sharing their memories of the young protest leader.
He touched me, bro. He touched my heart. We shared thoughts about our goals and dreams of how hard it is out here and how we try to just do better for ourselves.
After the march through the city and as the evening went on, Metro Police did move in, as you can see here, into Jefferson Square Park to talk with people and clear out the park, sharing this video on their Facebook page.
Okay, see? Now here, there's a reason to protest. That was a legitimate reason to protest. Somebody got killed during a hijacking, and they wanted to go out, they wanted to mourn his loss, and the fact that things need to change. That was a legitimate protest. That guy did not deserve to die at all. And that, to me, what they did there, absolutely acceptable. As long as nobody got hurt and there was no looting or anything like that. But what they did, marching down the street, demanding change in their community because a young man died during a carjacking, 100% agree with that. That I agree with. I could get behind that all day long. But blaming white people for that, if they were to blame white people for that, I'd be curious to find out the people that shot him, what color they were. That would bring a whole dynamic to everything. Whole different dynamic. Were they black? Were they white? If they were white, were they racist? Like, The whole, and it needs to be looked at a whole different way. But that I could get behind. That there was nothing wrong with. Didn't deserve to die, but he did put himself in a situation. I'm sure. Sure he did. He knew the risks and the consequences of putting himself out there and yelling and screaming every single night. Obviously, you're going to be pissing off people. Everybody in certain jobs like that know that they're at risk for that kind of stuff. It's like being a private investigator. You know you're pissing off people. You know that you might come across somebody that might just snap and come at you. You know these things. But that I could get behind. The fact that somebody died at the hands of a police officer because he was trying to stab the police officer, and then you're going to go and burn and destroy shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Give your head a shake. You're the problem, not the police. You're the problem. You shouldn't be doing that kind of shit. That kind of stuff I can't get behind. This kind of stuff I can get behind. Let me read some of the chat here. Brandon didn't deserve to die, but he put himself. If they were white, you would know, Wayne. Yeah, exactly. You're right, because then they would be destroying everything. You're absolutely right. I bet you're right. And that's how bad the system is right now. Wait a second. The dude was jacking a car and got shot. No, he was in the car and he got hijacked. Hey Wayne, I'm at work, just checking in to say hi. Space Drive, how you doing, my man? Thank you very much for always popping in. No, the problem with that. What? Agreed, Brandon. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Yeah, no, that kind of stuff I can get behind. What we got here? There's my iPad here. I can't get it out. Play studio games, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I agree, but I could still get behind that. You know, I can get behind that. That they're good. Holocaust, bad. Young man dying because he's out there being passionate about something. That's not good. Putting a career criminal on a pedestal beside, I can't even believe they would associate that with that. I can't even believe that is. The Jewish community needs to stand up and say, "Hey, wait, no, that's not right. We're not doing that game." That's what they need to do. They need to stand up and say, "No, we're not playing that game." Am I going to stream on Thanksgiving? Probably. Those in the power are playing us against each other. Absolutely, they're playing against us. You're absolutely right. This is their game. Could you imagine you're Jewish, your grandparents, great-grandparents went through the Holocaust, died, suffered, were tortured, everything, and that was passed down, like that history was passed down to you. It's running through your blood. That history was running through your blood right now, and then you find out that George Floyd is in the same museum that is honoring your grandparents. Hello? No, thank you. Watch what Wayne. Okay, I forget that friggin' Nightbot's even in here, dropping those links every once in a while. This is how they. Yep. I'm going to make a montage of all the idiots walking around by themselves with masks on and driving their cars alone with masks on. Yeah, that's a little out there. I agree with you on that one. Never mind. On my link. I didn't see it. You retracted it anyways. So, that is the most messed up shit I've seen in my life. Nightbot isn't real? No. Nightbot's fake. I'm not even here. I'm not even in the studio. This is all pre-recorded. I'm an AI. I'm not even here right now. You think I'm here, but I'm not here. How's that? It was a bad link, didn't work. Which one? One that the bots are putting up? This is like a damn nightmare. This is like a friggin' one of those is what, like, one of those real bad friggin' nightmares. I can't believe they did that. That is like, blows my mind. Blows my mind. No, the one I posted. Okay. That blows my friggin' mind. Did I say it blows my mind? Yes, I'm a hologram. I'm not even here. No, this AI is not capable of farting or burping. I never burped. Wait, have I? Maybe I did. I don't know. So I'm thinking of changing a few things on Wayne Live here so that it doesn't look so much like Watch What Wayne, so I'm not reminded all the time. Do you even sleep, bro? No. No, I don't sleep. I get asked that a lot. I do sleep, though. Is it because I don't have a consistent pattern? Is that what it is? $3 for 3 months save. Investigative reporting that keeps citizens in charge of our democracy. Expert coverage about dilemma businesses, art, and unparalleled high. Okay, what is this? What is this? Yeah, UD student didn't get their money worth in pandemic, lawyers argue. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Wayne, are you legally allowed to leave Canada at this time? Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? Why would I not legally be allowed to leave Canada at this time? The borders are kind of open, I guess. We're allowed to leave, but I don't know. That's a good question. Rick says closed borders. Yeah, I don't know. No, that's a good question. I haven't checked it in a while. Can I travel to Canada from the United States during U.S. borders closures extend, but Trump and Trudeau. U.S. borders closure extend, but Trump and Trudeau fall apart on next steps. When was this? The Canadian-U.S. border closure agreement was set to expire on October 21st, but the Canadian government announced on Monday that the closure will extend until at least November 21st. In an interview, the Winnipeg podcast started that Trudeau said that Canada plans to keep the borders closed as long as COVID cases counts in the U.S. remain high. We keep extending the border closure because the United States is not in a place where we would feel comfortable reopening the borders, he said. So it should have expired November 21st. Did they reinstate it? I have no idea. Travelers departing Canada, Canada citizens and permanent residents are advised to avoid all non-essential travels outside of Canada until further notice. To limit the spread of COVID-19. But it doesn't say they're closed though. They're saying they, well, no, if they're saying they advise not to, then that means they're open. I don't fucking know. I don't plan on going anywhere anyways. I can't even afford to be broke. That's how broke I am. I'm so broke I can't even afford to be broke. I make broke people look rich. Wait, did you find out why your alarm went off last night? They think it was a faulty device. I think so. We'll check to see if it has sound. Let me see. Yeah, they think it was a faulty device, but
They think it was a faulty.
yeah, there's sound. There is sound. He's still painting. Let's put him up there. Here's Designed Official. Let's put him up on the screen there for a minute while we talk. Let's get rid of this here. He's buffering though. He's buffering. Design, you're buffering probably because you're using you're watching me and you're streaming at the same time. So if you had a family over here or vice versa, they would say no. No, I think no, they're allowing that. They're allowing people to travel to see family. Oh, wow. No, they're allowing that. Diaz was burning rubber in my kitchen? Probably. Probably. I just read that one that said closed till December 21st. Maybe. Could be. Could very well be. I have no idea. Yeah, who knows? The whole system's screwed right up, man. The whole system's it's just screwed. Screw them. So who knows? Exactly, who knows? It's information warfare. So I'm supposed to be on the phone, actually. I'm just waiting till after 1 o'clock. I'm going to start calling some companies up to see who can build and host a website that I can stream right to. Let's see if there's sound here.
All about blending and all about just, when it comes to clouds, I think it's really just about just going crazy with it, because clouds, they don't judge, they don't do anything but sit there and float and go with the wind. So you might as well go with the wind, except for what's going on in the world. I think that's a little gnarly.
How far are you? How far are you from Upper Peninsula of Michigan?
Just watch me think.
That's a good.
Talk about it. I think that's the problem, is a lot of people just don't talk about it like they used to.
Let me see.
People wonder why America is not doing well. It's because they're not talking face to face. They're talking over the Facebook, and they're talking about purely as a constitutionalist, I'd say. I think it's important to stick to the Constitution as it was not only written, but it's the definite reaction behind those words that make.
I'm maybe about 6 hours from there. If it's, I'm looking at the same place.
That look good. They look really
Brandon,
good
maybe about 6
on,
hours,
on that
7
article.
hours maybe.
But in real life, it's not the answer. We all need to just chill out. We need to say, hey,
Nice.
investigation.
Yeah, I could see that.
And this election, and say, hey, something's not adding up here.
Looks nice there.
I mean, I don't give a if Trump win, Biden win. I mean, of course I don't want Biden to win, but I don't really care at that point either, because then the Senate will be even. You know, the Senate floor majority will be divvied up, and that's what it needs. There needs to be a balance of power. It's not about who's running the show. It's about the balance of power. And where does that
maybe
divvy
about 6
up?
hours.
At which point does that
One
become
recent streamer
socialist
did
or
that.
communist
Has his own
And when that
website,
comes
and
into
now
play,
you gotta pay to watch him. Yeah, see, country girl, I won't do that.
no one sees
I won't do
broader
that.
perspective.
I don't believe in that.
And that's because
You know,
they're being
I'm not gonna have my own website and then have people pay to come and see me. I'm not doing that. You guys support me enough through donations, through PayPal, and through super chats and stuff like that. I don't need to be doing that. I won't be doing. I can guarantee you, I won't do that. I'll shut down the channel. I'll shut down the channel before that ever happens. I'm not gonna force people to pay to watch me. That's not gonna happen. That's not what this is about. This is about me providing some entertainment and some news and a comfortable place for us to hang out and talk. And then, you know, if you guys want to donate, then fine. But there's no obligation. I don't like that. That's like, you see these YouTube channels that have like members only chats. Like, that's crazy. Unless you have like 40 million people and then you want to have a members only chat, that I could see, because you still have like, 100,000 people in there. But no. See you later. You have a safe trip to town. Yeah, long-time Christian should have studied that. Yeah, no, I don't believe in that. Not for a minute. I don't believe in that at all. We got your back, brother. Well, thank you very much, my man. I appreciate that. My goal is, I called the dealership, and I was going to try to trade my car in for like a camper van, and they won't do it. They won't make any deals or anything like that right now. But I was going to get like a camper van, so I had a pretty good bug out plan, or at the very least, a mobile office. But no, they won't do it. So I'm stuck with a car. Oh, what do we got here? We got 50 people in there, 50 likes. Not a bad ratio. Not a bad ratio. Not a bad ratio at all. Oh, tension headache, eh? Gotta love it. Gotta love it. How's he doing on his channel? How many people are watching him? He's got 2 people watching him. I'm gonna give him a thumbs up too. He's got 167 subscribers. Not bad. Slap a camper on a pickup truck. I'd have to buy a camper and a pickup truck. Ice on the back of the neck for headaches. I'll have to try that. Aches and pains. I'm so stiff from working out, it's not even funny. The only like, other than here, the only part that's hurting on me right now, like this here, doesn't hurt, but it feels so good to rub them, which I won't do on air. Anyways, but right here, all my neck, all here is so sore and stiff, and like a tension headache. Other than that, life's freaking great. Freaking iPad. Keeps bouncing back from 43 to 44, then back to 43 subscribers. Oh, I don't know what it is. Hey, Brandon, post your link to your podcast in the chat.
It's been going really good lately. I mean, it's been.
He keeps
I know,
buffering.
we got a bunch of other stuff. You know.
Yeah, throw it in the chat. Throw it in the stream.
It's gonna be fantastic because I got nothing but art for all years. Hey, Wayne still has me up. Hey, Wayne, thank you. Yeah, you guys go make sure that if you're watching me, you watch him. Just go to him, and he's going to show you the way of the Wayne.
The way of the Wayne.
I'm just going to check in real quick here. How we doing? We're still flowing. And then, I mean, this is going to be like this is royal blue. I'm just using regular acrylic. This isn't special paint. I'm not sponsored. I'm not special. I'm just here to give y'all perspective. That is the job of an artist. It isn't what you use. Don't listen to that liquid text crap. It's all about vision. Got there. She's on it. She is just a rip. She is
What was his freaking name?
She's doing it. Lawyer. An astronaut. She wants to be an astronaut at one point. And I don't know. They're gonna change their mind 1,000 times. There was a time that I wanted to be a Ninja Turtle. But you know what? We haven't gotten there in science yet, so it's just not gonna happen. Don't do it. Do it. Because you know
Oh, God. Okay, what we got here? Sorry, guys. Didn't want to disrespect your channel. Absolutely not. No, go right ahead.
Get the point across.
Oh, man.
Being an artist is a very weird job.
Was hiding in their house, and I was the only one. Rick, there you go.
Rewarding one what happens when that perspective changed?
Also, the cops had a problem with us having. They're yelling Rick's a racist. What?
Am I doing this just to become a famous artist? No. I couldn't care less. I mean, I would like to get to the point to where I can maintain a successful income based on what we need. Means, and, whatever. And that's really all
His art is different, eh? It's not bad.
We all want to be power of certain.
Great people to pick. Great channel.
We all need to come together.
All blogs, how you doing? Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. Let's see what else we got going on here.
When did we become so consumed? When did I become consumed? Because I'll admit, I'm human. I got my moments.
Wait a minute, he's human? We don't watch humans on this channel. It's not what we do here.
But in those moments, I think is really defined me as learning. So would I be as ignorant to say that I haven't learned? No, I don't think so. I'd say I'm just enough to say I'm on the line. Maybe. And you know, it might sound weird to you guys because when I paint, I get all fucking. But you know, I just like to paint and think, whatever. You know, why shouldn't you? Why shouldn't you can have that right to think?
Oh, look what we got here. Cases soar as regions lock down. We're gonna be on lockdown. We're gonna be on lockdown. Mother, this is stupid. This is absolutely ridiculous. Come on, like.
We better make sure that those are the right reasons that we stand up for something.
Like that. Like, do you know what pisses me off? I want to tell you something. This is what pisses me off. I'm just gonna mute design here for 2 seconds. I want to show you something. This is what really pisses me off, and this is gonna sound really, really bad. I know it's gonna sound bad, but this is what pisses me off right here. Let me just bring this up again. When I lost my company, I lost all the income and I lost everything, and it put me in this hole that I'm in right now, which I'm just barely starting to just kind of like break even, come out of it, and you know, just slowly live a life somewhat, but still live a life in a shit, right? This pandemic thing, oh, my head is hurting just thinking of it. This pandemic thing that they said would last only a month, and then it went 2 months, and then it went 3 months. Like, this is when they shut us down, and me and several other people lost our businesses. Now the businesses are open. Now they're functioning, and they're able to go. The ones that did make it through are still functioning, and they're still making a go of it. Good for them. I'm not jealous that they made it and I didn't. Okay, that's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that the government shut us down because it was so bad. People were dying in the streets, for fuck's sakes. And then this was the hype of that time. 1,700, 1,600 people at a very 2,700 people a day were dying, getting the, right? Then we started to flatten the curve. Oh, look at that, right? And then all of a sudden, boom. Now we're up to 7,000 cases a day, and they're still keeping the shit open. If this virus is that bad, why are we not on a complete countrywide lockdown, which I'm not advocating for, might I add, because I don't think it would work. But why are we not on a complete lockdown? But before, we were. And where's the help for the businesses that went under? Where they go, oh, sorry guys, you know what? We might have jumped the gun and made everybody lose their shit for no reason. Look at this. This is ridiculous. And they're talking about 20 to 30,000 cases by next month. I lost everything here. Right about here. And then this is where we're at now. It's ridiculous. It's a scam, Wayne. Yeah, I agree. It's a friggin' scam. I got a headache now thinking of it. Oh, tension headache. It pisses me right off. William, you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's bullshit numbers. I don't care if it's bullshit or if it's real. The fact is that right here, I lost my business and everything I had. Right around here. This is when we started collapsing. Whether it was bullshit or not. They locked us down tighter than friggin' you can imagine. Now over here, we got 7,000 cases a day and they're not locking us down. They're only the big cities. Cities where I am right now, completely wide open. No restrictions whatsoever. With that kind of cases going on per day. Why isn't that, what did we lose for? What did I lose my company for? Oh. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And we got to deal with this kind of stress, and then we got to deal with the stress that you're white, you're racist now. Unbelievable. Let's look at some clouds. Because they say non-essential. Yeah, non-essential. But you can order beer. The LCBO is an essential business. Did you guys know that? LCBO is an essential business. Universal basic income. Yeah, it could be. The Agenda 2030. Justin, man, it's so crazy. So crazy. So crazy. And then they have to deal with, oh man, and then the whole George Floyd thing. What the hell? So I wonder, is Travis gonna have a spot in the is Travis gonna have a spot in there as well? Because as far as I'm concerned, Travis has a should be in the spot. I don't think that guy was a career criminal. Maybe he was. Maybe he was. I don't know. I didn't do my homework on him. But is Travis going to get a spot? Are the two guys in Kenosha? Are they going to get a spot in there as well? Hold on 1 second. Midnight, tens of parts, Joseph was the guy that Kyle killed. Was one of them, anyways. I wonder if Joseph's going to get a spot in there. Do you think he'll get a spot in the corner of the Holocaust Museum? Hey, finest. We had another one I missed. Who is Travis? Travis was the leader of in Louisville, Kentucky. He was the leader of one of the protests. He was 21 years old, male, that was a leader in the protest. And he was killed during a carjacking on Sunday night. He was shot multiple times, succumbed to his injuries at the hospital, and then died. He was taken to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. So yeah. Yep. Absolutely crazy. I don't know. I just don't know. Live, what is this?
Chief Dr. Matt Kempfer. This was a technical level briefing with governors. This, of course, is in addition to the almost weekly briefings that the Vice President chairs with our governors, where Operation Warp Speed and vaccine and therapeutic distribution have been a regular topic.
Talking about the vaccine.
The past several days have seen a continuing torrent of good news around COVID-19.
Nightbox, I got a Nightbot just to drop the links
Authorization by the FDA
of people that are helping support the channel and stuff like that.
Millions of authorized vaccines in just a few weeks. Then yesterday morning, AstraZeneca announced promising data from its trials in the UK and Brazil.
Maybe God had to take your business so that you could be our voice.
Agreements for up to 300 million doses of the AstraZeneca.
That's a good way to look at it.
As all of these pieces come together, we want to try
William,
to
watch for Wayne. Do you believe that the Holocaust actually happened? Is that the question? Oh, it happened.
Many of you know the FDA has said it will
My family's from Germany, It happened.
Vaccine Advisory Board before making a decision on emergency use authorization for a COVID-19
Can
vaccine.
every channel get a
And they
Nightbot?
have now scheduled a
Yeah.
meeting for December 10th. If all goes well, we could be distributing vaccine soon after December 10th. As General Perna shared,
Well, you have to sign
we
up for
believe
it.
we can distribute vaccine to all 64 jurisdictions within 24 hours of FDA authorization. Then, we hope administration can begin as soon as the product arrives. One of the private sector partners we've enlisted, CVS Health, has said that they expect to be vaccinating residents of nursing homes, one of the top priority groups, within 48 hours after FDA authorization. To ensure all of this can happen on such incredibly tight timeframes, OWS and our partners have been running not only tabletop exercises, but actual field exercises for the shipment procedures. This week, for instance, we will be making test shipments with the ordering system that states will use. That is, performing shipments that don't contain actual product in order to ensure that all goes smoothly. These are the kinds of procedures you put in place to ensure a seamless logistical operation. And we're so grateful for the expertise that the U.S. military and our private partners have brought to this task. Well, much of our briefing today is focused on vaccines.
John Jones says, info for who cares. I want the stats on breathing your own exhalations. Bet they haven't done that. I did test to see if it affects your oxygen level. It doesn't do it. It doesn't affect your oxygen level. Wearing a mask. Muslim countries have women wear the mask, the burqa, all over their face all the time.
Then, following FDA's authorization of Regeneron's antibody cocktail this past weekend,
How was it? It was pretty good.
of the first 35,000
I still have you right here.
that product today.
I still have you right there.
We have two new options for Americans who aren't hospitalized with COVID-19 but are at risk of progressing to severe disease. I encourage everyone to
Yeah, I bought a machine that tested the oxygen level in your blood and everything else.
and are over 65 or have underlying conditions that put you at high risk for severe disease. You may have access to a treatment that can help you, and you should get in touch with your healthcare provider or state health department.
I'm gonna go grab some aspirin. I'll be right back, guys.
FDA also granted an emergency use authorization for the use of baricitinib, an anti-inflammatory drug, in conjunction with remdesivir for hospitalized patients. This was based on results from NIH's Act II trial, coordinated with Operation Warp Speed, which found that there was a statistically significant reduction in hospital stay for that drug combination versus remdesivir alone. This is a product that is already widely available in the United States. Over 250,000 people have received convalescent plasma. It's critical that we keep our supplies up to meet demand. Please ask your viewers, readers, and listeners, if they are within 3 months of recovery from COVID-19, please consider giving the gift of life this holiday season. Go to coronavirus.gov, thefightisinuS.org, contact your local American Red Cross or your local American Blood Center to be a donor. All of this good news should encourage all of us to continue keeping ourselves, our families, and our communities safe. Remember the 3 W's. Wash your hands, watch your distance, wear your face coverings when you can't watch your distance, and avoid settings where you can't do those things. With Thanksgiving this week, I encourage Americans to consult CDC's recommendations and guidelines to understand the risks around gatherings and how you can reduce those risks. I know that the possibility of not being able to see family and friends over the holiday is heartbreaking for all of us. But because of the President's support of Operation Warp Speed, because of the incredible work of the U.S. military, public servants at every level of government, and the brilliance of American scientists, we have an end in sight, and we have much happier holidays in the near future. The American people can be confident that hope and help are on the way. With that, I'll hand things over to Dr. Moncef Slaoui to discuss updates on vaccine development. Dr. Slaoui?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Maybe just a few words very quickly. We then answer your questions after also General Perna gives you an update. A few words about the AstraZeneca phase 3 trial. These have been very interesting and encouraging data. The fact that one part of the trial has demonstrated 90% efficacy further reinforces the observations with Pfizer and Moderna vaccines that this virus can be very, very strongly protected against, and I think that's very important for everybody to understand, and hopefully will help the majority of the US population to stay with an open mind in terms of accepting to be vaccinated, stay to listen to all the data that will be shared transparently through the FDA reviews with its advisory committee of the Pfizer vaccine, as Mr. Secretary said, on December 10th, and of the Moderna vaccine more or less a week later, and hopefully these vaccines will become available. The AstraZeneca phase 3 trial had also more intriguing data in that a certain particular schedule of immunization in terms of dosage has yielded an efficacy that was somewhat less, 62%, and when the two combined together, an average of about 70% protection has been achieved. These observations and data were generated from clinical trials run in the UK and in Brazil. We have a phase 3 trial running here in the US. It has already recruited more than 11,000 subjects into it. Unfortunately, the pandemic in the US is progressing so fast that it is very likely that this trial, not long from now, may have enough evidence generated within it to assess the efficacy of the vaccines as administered here. We are, of course, also reviewing in depth with the AstraZeneca and Oxford teams all the specifics of the data generated to understand what difference there is between the schedule that gives us 62% efficacy and one that gives 90% efficacy. On the therapeutic side, I'd like to also add one element of information to the information that Mr. Secretary gave, which is an important one, I think, in the sense that Merck, the large US pharmaceutical company, has acquired a small biotech company called OncoImmune that we have identified about 7-8 weeks ago as holding data with a particular program in their portfolio that are really impressive in that in the interim analysis of their phase 3 trial that was ongoing, they had over 50% relative reduction in the risk of mortality in patients that had severe hospitalized but not yet intubated condition with COVID-19. This acquisition is something that we have participated to make happen in connecting the company, the small company that has 10 people working in it, with Merck as a mean to help accelerate the development of this important therapeutic for US patients. And finally, the last point I'd like to make is to invite as many volunteers as possible to please come and participate into the vaccine trials if you are healthy, and particularly if you correspond to the at-risk populations over the age of 65 with comorbidities, or if you are parts of the rich diversity of populations in the United States. It is through your generous participation in clinical trials that we are able to generate and understand the performance of our vaccines and help us make them available faster and better for all of you. Thank you. I'll pass on now to General Perna for a brief update.
Thanks, Dr. Slawi, and of course, Mr. Secretary, thanks for the opportunity to be a part of this. So, good morning, everybody. Want to say thanks for participation. As both my Secretary and Dr. Slawi said, it's really just important that we're able to get the message out on a routine basis. So, thank you for that. Last week, I talked about our distribution and our method. Just as a recap, we chose a whole of America approach in distribution for two reasons. One, we wanted the experts who know how to do this to help us plan and be a part of it to ensure that we had the right capability and capacity. So from Pfizer, Moderna, McKesson Trucking, through FedEx, UPS, down to the pharmacies such as CVS and Walgreens, and many others. the intent was to integrate, synchronize, and capitalize on known professionals who know how to execute this. Our cornerstone is the CDC. These experts know how to distribute vaccines. They do it annually, and we were able to take all their lessons learned over the years and apply them into the plan. Second reason we chose this whole of America approach is we wanted the American people to have confidence in the process, not to be afraid of or enamored by all the grandiose schemes, but yet just know that the common names of America are distributing the vaccine to them, and that when they have the vaccine administered, it'll be in locations that they're comfortable with. Local hospitals, doctors' offices, local pharmacies such as CVS and Walgreens, or private pharmacies supporting rural areas. So again, it was about making sure we had the capability and capacity.
Later, Seymour.
And two, giving the American people the confidence that the vaccine will be delivered on a timely and routine manner. So today, with that said, I'd like to talk about three things. One, our allocation strategy. Two,
the very fact that it's a military guy.
In moving their product around the nation.
Sorry guys, I didn't realize the screen wasn't shared. The very fact that it's a military guy that's giving this
I think 3 points to
is scary.
That would help you see the specificity of the things we're doing. So first, allocation numbers went to the 64 jurisdictions and 5 federal agencies last Friday. In fact, we hit the button at 11:35 p.m. or 23:35 military time, and that information went out to all the jurisdictions and 5 agencies through Tiberius. Each received their allocation of the vaccine so that they can plan and figure out where they want the vaccine to be distributed to. As a reminder, we are able to distribute the vaccine to any location in any jurisdiction that has been enrolled as a provider. We are not.
Is this not the first time
numbers.
you've ever seen this kind of stuff?
It could be 1,000 or beyond.
Oh, you thought Larry was leaving?
An enrolled provider, and the state approves them, and they have the minimum requirement of the vaccine, which is 975 doses by Pfizer and 100 doses by Moderna. We collectively, with this whole of America approach, can deliver anywhere in America to that end. Second, we have maintained a minimum safety stock, but only to assess the initial distribution of the vaccine to ensure that everybody understands the process, understands the clarity of requirements for ultra cold storage, and understands how.
Has anybody ever done a study to see how many people would take the vaccine?
But once we are confident that the jurisdictions are confident, then we will release the safety stock to ensure maximum use in the country. We have provided, and we are working with each of the administration or jurisdictions right now.
I want to check that out.
Methods to plan, and then figure out allocation within the states through the system we call Tiberius. We've been working with the jurisdictions for quite some time.
You guys ever see Onion News? Have you ever seen Onion News?
Run scenarios to actually determine where they put their allocation of vaccine to the best advantage in following FDA.
Onion News. It's I think it's HR 8791.
ACIP guidance. This way that leadership of the state has the maximum capability and capacity to plan, look through different scenarios, and then make a final decision to best impact the people of the United States. Really powerful system.
I think it's HR 8791.
Through execution and not react. We will be sending, after we send the initial push of the vaccine here, pending EUA, then we'll be on a steady drumbeat of sending allocations
it's
to the
fake news. It's fake news, but
right?
I find it funny that it's almost like what they're talking about.
24/7 and order and distribute the vaccine to where they want it. And then the following day, we'll be able to get it to the locations that they designate. Really hard work, great collaboration with both HHS Department of Defense.
Oh no, sorry, it's the
industry,
Onion. The Onion. They make funny videos.
Very confident that we have a solid plan.
This was in 2008. They made this video.
To observe, watch,
Here, hold on.
monitor, adjust to meet the requirements as has been specified through the states.
Here, guys.
So very difficult challenge.
Check that out.
Working
Check
on
that
this
out.
constantly. We work
2008. They came out with that video.
different,
It's almost like they
scenarios to make sure we're capturing all the nuances
planning for, like,
of the
today.
delivery, but each and every week we get stronger. It's not lost to anybody listening. We're 1 week closer to distributing the vaccine. We're 1 week closer to refining to the exactness that we need to have to do this, and I'm very confident in that process. So the second thing I'd like to talk to you about is the Pfizer-initiated tests. Really remarkable. You know, we do this all the time in the Department of Defense. It's one of our strengths. We know how to plan. We know how to rehearse. I was equally excited to watch Pfizer and Moderna go through similar processes to make sure that their product is right to begin with, but most importantly, we can get it where it needs to be when it's time to get it out to the American people. Pfizer is really implementing a very aggressive.
You hear what he said? To make sure that it's right, but most importantly, to get it out to
their
people.
product out to the administration sites as designated by the state.
Not to get it out to the people, but more importantly, to make sure it's
as
safe.
we like to call it in DoD. This way, they run through the actual process of registering product through a jurisdiction. Then they deliver the product. Then they walk the administration sites through the actual opening and how do they manage the product out of the container. Really powerful to watch and see people learning.
Hey guys, if you haven't hit that thumbs up, please hit that thumbs up.
Training product fact sheets, as well as creating YouTube-like videos for everybody to observe and monitor. We started small at 4 locations. We recently expanded to 10
Didn't he say
locations.
YouTube videos?
We are going to go to the remaining 54 locations to ensure that everybody has an understanding of this. What we have found in general is initial hesitation once the product is received, but as Pfizer has walked the administration sites through the execution, we see growing confidence in everybody that's using it. And that has been the story throughout every rehearsal so far.
Do I have
Again,
a furnace
we
guy?
have to work
Yeah,
with
well,
everybody to make sure everybody's confident. But I think I personally
I already got an
the
estimate.
process. I've actually put my hands in
I already
the
got an
box.
estimate.
I've pulled trays out. I've watched and I've timed myself in execution. It is a very, very
good.
doable process. Our professionals, both medical, at the medical level and then at the pharmacy level, are very well versed on how to do this. It is not the first time, and I feel the confidence in the reinforcement through our rehearsals, our training products,
Your rehearsed-
and actual execution will create a steady level of confidence for the final, full, and complete administration of the vaccine. So well done by Pfizer and Moderna.
And what if you don't want to take it? Then what
similar,
happens?
Acts accordingly. So last but not
They never
least,
said if the
it is
vaccine was
about
going to be
the
mandatory or not, eh?
storage, of the vaccine. We've all heard Pfizer vaccine has a requirement of minus 80
hold on a second.
degrees, right, at ultra cold storage. This freezer is important, but not to a limiting end. In other words, Pfizer has created a container which is augmented with dry ice that maintains the vaccine at the appropriate level. In doing so, they've enabled the extension of vaccine storage at the right to maintain the right stability for up to 20 days. Really a tremendous effort, as I just described in the training that they're doing, to ensure that the vaccine is available and stable and appropriate for administration. And we feel confident that if states plan to the right dosage at the right locations, that the drumbeat, the cadence, the administration of vaccine to the minimum amount, which is 975 doses, is very doable within the 20 days. Clearly, we have to have a plan Clearly, we have to hold ourselves accountable to administering that, but it is a plan that can be done, and we feel confident in talking with the jurisdictions that they've worked through these details to ensure that the vaccine is used appropriately and without any waste, which is the biggest important factor for us. So, a challenge, yes.
There's nothing online that says what happens if I say
from administering
no.
a very good vaccine to the American people. Moderna is a different case. They're at minus 20 degrees.
Scientists worldwide are
Minus
racing
20
to test the
degrees
manufacture
is
of one of the
equivalent to
coronaviruses,
a
but the
normal
vaccine
kitchen,
is proven safe and effective.
refrigerator, freezer,
One big
or
question
a freezer
remains:
that is
how
most
do
commonly
consumers-
found in most pharmacies, etc. It has greater stability in that it can go into the refrigeration for up to 30 days. Yes, so it becomes a vaccine that its administration becomes easier to do, and it will enable us to get to many places throughout the country, as we've talked about before, from inner city out to rural America. It produces an advantage to that end. But I will tell you that I believe the jurisdictions are ready. They've been well informed on the information of both vaccines, both requirements for cold chain storage. They have added capability and capacity as required. They have trained people to administer it. They have contacted pharmacies for support like Walgreens and CVS to help them. And we are well on our way to successfully administering both vaccines to the American people in the near future. So, Mr. Secretary, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, General. And at this point, we'll take questions from the media.
There's nothing on there that says.
If you would like to ask a question, please press *1 from your phone, unmute your line, and speak your name clearly when prompted. Your name is needed to introduce the question. Please limit to one question so we can try to address all questions today. If you would like to withdraw your question, please press *2. Again, if you would like to ask a question, please press *1. One moment, please, as we wait for any questions. Our first question will come from Helen Branswell. Helen, your line is open.
Thanks very much. This is probably a dumb question, but can you talk us through the logistics of how this will work? Somebody, a hospital in, say, Reno gets 995 doses of the Pfizer vaccine. Are they meant to then try to vaccinate 995 healthcare workers as quickly as they can, or are they supposed to reserve half of that tranche so that they can give that group of people their second vaccine later? If not, how can they be assured that they're going to be in the right place in the line to get the second dose when those people need their second dose?
Okay, so what we're working with is the states have really worked their micro plans on the final distribution, and that's what they're actually putting into place over the next 2 weeks in preparation for EUA. And they're specifying, they've identified amounts of providers. Providers can be everywhere from local hospitals, doctors' offices, pharmacies, etc. As long as they're enrolled, we can distribute to them. In their plans and with their identified priorities, they will specify how they want to administer the vaccine. So in your example, let's say one tray from Pfizer vaccine goes to a hospital. It has 975 doses in the tray. Vials can be taken out of the tray, right, every single day and brought down to room temperature for administered. It's not a requirement to do all 975 in one day or 1 week. They have, as I talked about, up to 20 days to really administer those 975 doses.
I want you guys to pay attention to something. Look at his hands.
Get the right people in the right place.
Look at his hands. Look what he's doing with his hands.
Currently, right now, our plan is to initially distribute
You see that?
The first dose vaccines to the states, and then on a second delivery at 21 days for Pfizer and 28 days for Moderna, the states will receive the vaccine for the second dose. There is methods from very simple, here's your card, come back on this day for your second dose, to very elaborate automated plans at both the state and national level to ensure reminders are sent and the vaccine is available for the persons. We are continually to assess the manufacturing of the vaccine, and we think that once we have a really steady, confident cadence in manufacturing in the very near future, there's potential to just vaccinate at maximum allocation, because we have confidence that the second dose will be available accordingly. We're just
nervous gestures.
this way initially to ensure that everybody.
Look at what he's doing with his hands. Yeah, exactly, guys. You're catching on. See?
And we can be accounted for. Thank you.
Next question, please.
See, his eyes are all over the place.
The next question is from Zach Brennan, Politico.
Can you talk a little bit about the timing with the ACIP recommendation after a possible EUA? Will states be able to adjust where the first round of doses
You got to throw in other factors into
recommendations, even if you're
that
shipping,
with his
within
hands.
24 hours after
Oh,
the
for
EUA?
sure. But you got to remember, this is a guy that's supposedly a professional and does this on a day-to-day basis, talking to people, interacting, planning. They rehearse, they do all kinds of stuff. There's no reason for him to be nervous like that.
Set up under statute that's used by CDC
I'm not taking it.
especially usually the Vaccine for Children's program. The ACIP has, of course, a very important role in that when they make a recommendation for
See the guy on the far
a
left
group to
crossing
be
his arms?
vaccinated, that they say essentially that the efficacy
See that?
outweighs safety risk for vaccination, and they recommend vaccination. That triggers various
Constantly
reimbursement
touching his face.
mechanisms in our system.
Yes,
once
he's got a
there's an
mask
ACIP
on, probably
recommendation.
itchy.
As we have with the National Academies of Science, we've
This is
worked
the
with
only guy that's not nervous.
Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, in addition to their statutory obligation on that binary recommendation to vaccinate. We've also sought any insight, input, etc., around when dealing with a scarce quantity vaccine, which groups, which cohorts to prioritize. At the end of the day, that is a decision,
exactly,
though,
Rick.
of the U.S. government to make, which is where to recommend the prioritization. And in the
He's nervous,
final
but not as
say,
bad.
It will be our nation's governors in implementing the distribution plans to tell us, as General Perna has repeatedly said, where to ship, and they will decide whom the vaccine is given to. We hope that our recommendations
Amen to that, Seymour.
will carry weight with them.
Amen to that.
But at the end of the day, they will make that decision. And so we are not dependent on any
Yeah.
delay for ACIP.
Yeah, he's
in
just
terms
better
of
at hiding it.
helping to advise states on that prioritization. We received some information just yesterday from ACIP. We had received the National Academy's input previously, which is still going through some public comment with them. But we will work, we are working expeditiously to formulate our recommended prioritization for vaccine distribution.
I just want to show you guys something quickly here. So we'll put this up here. Here, watch this.
Skepticism of vaccines in the U.S. could be a problem in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic. Political science researchers Matt Mota and Kristen Luntz Trujillo conducted a survey of almost 500 adults in the U.S. in April on their views on vaccines for COVID-19. 23% of the respondents said they would not be willing to get vaccinated if a COVID-19 vaccine becomes available.
Hey, Queen
62%
Loyal.
of the people who were already skeptical about vaccines were not willing to change their mind. These preliminary findings suggest that anti-vaccine beliefs could jeopardize the effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccine and collective immunity. Experts estimate that 50 to 70% of Americans would need to develop immunity to COVID-19, naturally or through a vaccine. For comparison, just 37% of Americans chose to get the flu vaccine in 2017 to 2018.
So, give you an idea. Nobody wants to take it.
90% efficacy. That's, I would say, the fact in terms of what has been inputted into the vaccinees. What we are now looking to analyze is what immune response has been induced in those who have
This feedback is crazy.
and the full dose
On StreamYard, do you mute one of your computers? Yeah, you have to mute one of them.
You should also know that there
For sure you do.
are also differences in the age bracket.
And there should be a setting too for your output.
In that the first cohort that received the half dose and full dose, followed by a full dose, had a cap on the age at the age of 55, when there are older people included in the study that received full dose and full dose. So there are a number of variables that we need to understand, and what has been the role of each one of them in achieving the difference in efficacy. Once we understand, then we'll make a decision as to whether to, for instance, modify in part the ongoing phase 3 trial here and introduce, for instance, a half dose and full dose, or any otherwise. That we want it to be based on data and science, because we understand the input, but we don't understand the consequences of the input. I should just say, for completeness scientifically, that the 90% efficacy group and the 62% efficacy group are overlapping statistically, so it is still possible that that difference is a random difference. It's unlikely, but it's still possible.
Hold on, guys.
We need to understand what's behind it scientifically.
Thank you. Next question.
The next question is from Carl O'Donnell. Carl, your line is open.
Hi, this is Carl O'Donnell from Reuters. You mentioned that you had given some guidance to the states in terms of the general size of the initial allocation of vaccine that they're going to get to help them prepare. Do you have a national figure at this point for the amount of vaccine that will be distributed overall to the different states and jurisdictions? And what is that figure? And are you confident that we'll still get to the 40 million figure overall by the end of the year?
So yes, I do feel confident that we're going to get to as close as we can to 40 million at the end of the year. I mean, snap the chalk line, what exactly comes off, we'll know at the end. But I do feel confident, and we've planned scenarios to that end, and we've worked with the jurisdictions for the total amount through December. The initial amount, as we were speculating on when EUA would come out, because we're not involved in that process, literally on the whiteboard, we're trying to figure out when that decision might be made. I finally made the decision Friday night, late Friday night, to snap the chalk line so states could prioritize based on amount. That amount that we allocated to the country was 6.4 million doses of vaccine. And then what will happen if there's more available after the initial push, then it will go out in the following weekly cadences of distribution accordingly. But yes, 40 million by the end of the year.
Next question, please.
Next question is Dan Bergano, BuzzFeed News.
Thanks very much. I'm wondering if you have any concern that the general population will be disappointed when they figure out the prioritization is going on, that it's going to healthcare workers and nursing homes, that sort of thing, and not the sort of the general public until it sounds like months from now, months that we discuss, like April to June, thereabouts. If you had any guidance on that as well, that would be great. Thanks very much.
Well, Dan, we've been very transparent throughout for the American people and for you all about the timelines as we best understand them at each step of the way and potential prioritized groups. Of course,
did anyone else see the moth of discovery in Utah? Nope.
Talked about some core groups that make some fairly obvious sense, especially in light of the National Academy's input and the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices focus. Those, of course, are
74 thumbs up with 54 people in chat. I like those numbers.
Citizens,
Means more people liked it than they're here.
on the front lines, our first responders. Those are some of the broad groups we've talked about, and we focused and we said that we expect by the end of December to have enough vaccine to vaccinate those who are most vulnerable, just by way of sizing and scaling. That by the end of January, we think we would have enough to vaccinate our senior citizens as well as our healthcare workers and first responders. And then, as the general has talked about, progressively, week after week, just more vaccine keeps coming off of the production, gets quality controlled and released into the system, additional prioritized groups, or eventually just general vaccination availability to the point that in the second quarter of next year, we believe we have enough vaccine.
74 quality folks. Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone who wanted to get a vaccine,
absolutely, guys. Absolutely.
But that's a progression, constant progression. And so we've been very clear for months, really, about that
what
sequence.
The hell is this shit?
What we can do is just to use forums like these and others to educate in that regard.
We have time for 3 more questions.
The next question comes from Tom Howell, Washington Times.
Hi, thanks for doing the call. This question's probably for the Secretary. Earlier in the year, there were some polls that showed some people were leery of taking a vaccine, so that was tied to campaign timelines. Now that the election is over,
hey, not a problem, my man. Not a problem.
These shots are quite effective. How confident are you that people will be eager to go pick up the vaccine? And what are you doing to ensure, to alleviate...
Thank you very much, Star.
Especially among minority populations. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Tom. Excellent question. You're right.
Excellent.
We saw increasing numbers of potential vaccine hesitancy in previous months. Unfortunately, there was a lot of rhetoric out there that was not helpful in terms of inspiring confidence in the process.
Crisis with compassion and determination.
Clear.
And he will rebuild morale and trust in the State Department where his career in government began.
Look at this shit.
And he starts off with the kind of relationships around the world that many of his predecessors have had to build over the years. I know. I've seen.
Look at the background.
Tony's been one of my
Office of the President-elect.
I know him and his family. Immigrants and refugees, a Holocaust survivor, who taught him to never take for granted the very idea of America as a place of possibilities. Possibilities. Tony is ready on day one. As Secretary for Homeland Security, I nominate Alejandro Mayorkas. This is one of the hardest jobs in government, a gigantic agency. The DHS Secretary needs to keep us
there is
safe
no such office? No?
at home and from abroad.
It's a made-up office?
It's a job that plays a critical role in fixing our broken immigration system. After years of chaos, dysfunction, and absolute cruelty at DHS, I'm proud to nominate an experienced leader who has been hailed by both Democrats and Republicans. Ali, as he goes by, is a former U.S. attorney, former director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, and a former DHS Deputy Secretary. Helped implement DACA, prevented attacks on the homeland, enhanced our cybersecurity, helped communities recover from natural disaster, combated Ebola and Zika. And while DHS affects everyone, given its critical role in immigration matters, I'm proud that for the first time ever, the department will be led by an immigrant, a Latino, who knows that we are a nation of laws and values. And one more thing, today's his birthday. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. He's 21. As a director of national intelligence, I nominate Avril Haines, the first woman ever to hold this post. To lead our intelligence community, I didn't pick a politician or a political figure. I picked a professional. She's eminently qualified. Former deputy director of the CIA, former deputy national security advisor to President Obama, and a fierce advocate for telling the truth and leveling with her decisions with the decision makers. Straight up. Nothing unnecessary. I know because I've worked with her for over a decade. Brilliant, humble, can talk literature and theoretical physics, fixing cars, flying planes, running a bookstore cafe, all in a single conversation because she's done all that. And above all, she gets word of a threat, if she gets word of a threat coming to our shores, like another pandemic or foreign interference in our elections, she will not stop raising alarms until the right people take action. People will be able to take her word because she always calls it as she sees it. I believe we are safer with Avril on the watch. I think she can make a great contribution. And as United States Ambassador to the United Nations, I nominate Linda Thomas Greenfield, a seasoned and distinguished diplomat with 35 years in the Foreign Service who never forgot where she came from, growing up in segregated Louisiana. The eldest of 8. Her dad couldn't read or write, but she says he was the smartest person she knew. First in her family to graduate from high school, then college. The whole world literally ahead of her, as her dad and mom taught her to believe. Post in Switzerland, Pakistan, Kenya, the Gambia, Nigeria, Jamaica, Liberia, where she was known as the People's Ambassador. Willing to meet with anyone, an ambassador, a student, working people struggling to get by, and always treating them with the same level of dignity and respect. She was our top State Department official in charge of African policy during the Ebola crisis. She received overwhelming support from her fellow career Foreign Service officers, and she'll be at cabinet status because I want to hear her voice on all the major foreign policy discussions we have. And my national security advisor, I choose Jake Sullivan. He's once-in-a-generation intellect with experience and temperament for one of the toughest jobs in the world. When I was vice president, he served as my national security advisor. He was a top advisor to Secretary of State Clinton. He helped lead the early negotiations that led to the Iran nuclear deal. He helped broker the Gaza ceasefire in 2012, played a key role in Asia-Pacific rebalance in our administration. And in this campaign for the presidency, he served as one of my most trusted advisors on both foreign and domestic policy, including helping me develop our COVID-19 strategy. Jake understands my vision that economic security is national security, and it helps steer what I call a foreign policy for the middle class, for families like his growing up in Minnesota, where he was raised by parents who were educators and taught him the values of hard work, decency, service, and respect. What that means is to win the competition for the future, we need to keep us safe and secure and build back better than ever. We need to invest in our people, sharpen our innovative edge, unite the economic might of our democracies around the world to grow the middle class and reduce inequity, and do things like counter predatory trade practices that our competitors and our adversaries. And before I talk about the final person today, let me talk about this new position. For the first time ever, the United States will have a full-time climate leader who participate in ministerial level meetings. And that's a fancy way of saying they'll have a seat at every table around the world. For the first time ever, there will be a principal on the National Security Council who can make sure climate change is on the agenda in the Situation Room. For the first time ever, we will have a presidential envoy on climate. He will be matched with high-level White House climate policy coordinator and policy-making structure to be announced in December. And that'll lead efforts here in the United States to combat the climate crisis, mobilize action to meet the existential threat that we face. Let me be clear. I don't for a minute underestimate the difficulties of meeting my bold commitments to fighting climate change. But at the same time, no one should underestimate for a minute my determination to do just that. And as for the man himself, if I had a former Secretary of State who helped negotiate the Paris Climate Accord, or a former presidential nominee, or a former leading senator, or the head of a major climate organization for the job, it would show my commitment to the United States and the whole world. The fact that I picked the one person who is all of these things speaks unambiguously to my commitment. The world will know that with one of my closest friends, John Kerry, he's speaking for America on one of the most pressing threats of our time. No one I trust more. To this team, I thank them for accepting this call to service. And for their families, I thank you all for your sacrifice. You know, we could not do this without you, in my view. Together, these public servants will restore America globally, its global leadership, and its moral leadership, and will ensure that our service members, diplomats, and intelligence professionals can do their job free of politics. They'll not only repair, they'll also reimagine American foreign policy and national security for the next generation. And they'll tell me what I need to know, not what I want to know, what I need to know. To the American people, this team will make us proud to be Americans. And as more states certify the results of this election, there's progress to wrap up our victory. You know, I'm pleased to have received the ascertainment from GSA to carry out a smooth and peaceful transition of power, so our teams can prepare to meet the challenges at hand, to control the pandemic, to build back better, and to protect the safety and security of the American people. And to the United States Senate, I hope these outstanding nominees received a prompt hearing and that we can work across the aisle in good faith to move forward for the country. Let's begin that work to heal and unite. To heal and unite America as well as the world. I want to thank you all. May God bless you. May God protect our troops. And now I turn this over, this new team, starting with our next Secretary of State, Tony Blinken. Get my mask here, Tony, so I don't get in trouble. And we're going to clean off the podium.
Good afternoon. Mr. President-elect, Vice President-elect Harris, thank you for your trust and your confidence. If confirmed by the United States Senate, I will do everything I can to earn it. Mr. President-elect, working for you, having you as a mentor and friend, has been the greatest privilege of my professional life. So many people have brought me to this day, from college classmates to bandmates, my colleagues in the Clinton and Obama administrations, in the Senate, and at the State Department. I thank them all, and I ask forgiveness for my insatiable appetite for bad puns. Mostly, I'd like to thank my family, sisters and sisters-in-law, brothers-in-law, nieces and nephews, my wonderful in-laws, the Ryans, and especially my wife, Evan Ryan, and our children, John and Lila. They are truly my greatest blessings. For my family, as for so many generations of Americans, America has literally been the last best hope on earth. My grandfather, Maurice Blinken, fled pogroms in Russia and made a new life in America. His son, my father, Donald Blinken, served in the United States Air Force during World War II, and then as a United States ambassador. He is my role model and my hero. His wife, Vera Blinken, fled communist Hungary as a young girl and helped future generations of refugees come to America. My mother, Judith Pizarro, builds bridges between America and the world through arts and culture. She is my greatest champion. And my late stepfather, Samuel Pizarro. He was one of 900 children in his school in Białystok, Poland, but the only one to survive the Holocaust after 4 years in concentration camps. At the end of the war, he made a break from a death march into the woods in Bavaria. From his hiding place, he heard a deep rumbling sound. It was a tank, but instead of the Iron Cross, he saw painted on its side a 5-pointed white star. He ran to the tank. The hatch opened. An African-American GI looked down at him. He got down on his knees and said the only 3 words that he knew in English that his mother had taught him before the war. God bless America. That's who we are. That's what America represents to the world, however imperfectly. Now, we have to proceed with equal measures of humility and confidence. Humility because, as the President-elect said, we can't solve all of the world's problems alone. We need to be working with other countries. We need their cooperation. We need their partnership. But also confidence, because America at its best still has a greater ability than any other country on earth to bring others together to meet the challenges of our time. And that's where the men and women of the State Department, Foreign Service officers, civil servants, that's where they come in. I've witnessed their passion, their energy, their courage up close. I've seen what they do to keep us safe, to make us more prosperous. I've seen them add luster to a word that deserves our respect, diplomacy. If confirmed, it will be the honor of my life to help guide them. And so thank you all, and may God bless America.
Good afternoon, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect. Thank you for placing your trust in me to lead the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you for the privilege of returning, with the consent of the Senate, to government service as a member of your administration. It is the honor of a lifetime. The Department of Homeland Security has a noble mission to help keep us safe and to advance our proud history as a country of welcome. There are more than 240,000 career employees who selflessly dedicate their talent and energy to this mission. Many risk their lives in doing so. I would be honored to return to the department and support these dedicated public servants in fulfilling their responsibilities and realizing our country's greatest hopes, all in partnership with the communities we serve. For 12 years, I had the privilege to stand in a federal courtroom and announce Alejandro Mayorkas on behalf of the United States of America. The words "on behalf
So
of the United
what is
States
this guy's?
of America"
What is this guy going to
meant
do?
everything to me and to my parents.
What is this
whom I
guy
think
doing?
of today and every day. My father and mother.
Sorry
brought
guys,
me
I had
to
to
this
go and
country
deal with
to
the fact
escape
that
communism.
someone wanted to turn on the furnace and
They
it
cherish
can't be turned on right now.
democracy and were intensely proud to become United States citizens, as was I.
He's going to
I
ruin our
have
lives.
carried that pride throughout my nearly 20 years of government service and throughout my life. My parents are not here to see this day. Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, please know that I will work day and night in the service of our nation to ably lead the men and women of the United States Department of Homeland Security.
That's all good.
And to
I know you're worried
honor
about the
my
furnace.
parents and to the trust you have placed in me to carry your vision.
Secretary of Homeland Security. Are you shitting me? This is...
Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, I am grateful and even more so humbled by the trust that you placed in me for this role. I'm especially honored to be standing not only by your side, but also alongside some of the most talented and inspiring public servants this country has ever seen.
Wow.
I know, Mr. President-elect and Madam Vice President-elect, that you've selected us not to serve you, but to serve on behalf of the American people, to help advance our security, our prosperity, our values. That the call to service in this role is what makes this nomination such a tremendous honor.
She needed a step stool. That should say
If afforded the
something.
opportunity to do so, I will
I'm
never
just
forget
picking.
that my role on this
Expect
team
big
is
news today or tomorrow. The
better than
optics
that of
are
a policy
perfect
advisor.
to do
I will
something
represent
huge
to you
and have America
Congress
talk about
and the American
it on
public,
Thanksgiving.
the patriots who comprise our intelligence community. Mr. President-elect,
I told you, John.
you know
I
that
told
I
you
have never
guys.
shied away from speaking truth
Don't
to power.
underestimate the fact that
And
these
that will be
guys
my
are.
charge as Director of National
These guys are have deep tentacles.
I've worked
Look,
for you for a long time, and I accept this nomination knowing that you would never want me to do otherwise. and that you value the perspective of the intelligence community, and that you will do so even when what I have to say may be inconvenient or difficult, and I assure you there will be those times. And finally, to our intelligence professionals, the work you do,
This is
oftentimes
wild.
under the most austere
This is
conditions
absolutely
imaginable,
just crazy.
is just indispensable. It will become even more complex because you will be critical to helping this administration position itself not only against threats such as cyber attacks or terrorism and the proliferation of nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons, but also those challenges that will define the next generation, from climate change to pandemics and corruption. And it would be the honor of a lifetime to be able to work alongside you once again to take these challenges on together. Thank you so much.
This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Trump is probably definitely flipping his shit right now. I wouldn't believe it.
Good afternoon, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect. I'm humbled and honored by the trust that you have placed in me to become a member of your cabinet as ambassador to the United Nations. In the years that I've worked in government, I'm always struck by how only in America would we be where we are today, where life can
What,
be
in
hard
chaos?
and cruel, but there's hope in the struggle. There is promise in our dreams, where you learn to believe in yourself and that anything is possible.
Soldier boy. Yep.
Like both of you, I learned from my family. Mr. President-elect, thank you for those generous words that you said about me. My parents had very little back in Louisiana where I grew up, but they gave me and my siblings everything they had. And I know how proud they would be of this day. On this day, I'm also missing my mentor, Ambassador Ed Perkins, who served as the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations under President George H.W. Bush and President Clinton.
This is
and who was
crazy.
also from Louisiana. He told me constantly, Linda, don't undersell yourself. And he would always do everything possible to lift me up. He passed away last week, but I know he's here with us today. And on this day, I'm thinking about the American people, my fellow career diplomats and public servants around the world. I want to say to you, America is back. Multilateralism is back. Diplomacy is back.
Horse shit.
I've often heard you say how all politics is personal. And that's how you build relationships of trust and bridge disagreements and find common ground. And in my 35 years in the Foreign Service across 4 continents, I put a Cajun spin on it. I called it gumbo diplomacy. Wherever I was posted around the world, I'd invite people of different backgrounds and beliefs to help me make a roux and chop onions for the Holy Trinity and make homemade gumbo.
Exactly, Rob.
It was my
exactly.
way of breaking down barriers, connecting with people, and starting to see each other on a human level. A bit of lagniappe is what we say in Louisiana. That's the charge in front of us today. The challenges we face, a global pandemic, the global economy, the global climate change crisis, mass migration and extreme poverty, social justice, are unrelenting and interconnected, but they're not unresolvable if America is leading the way. Thank you.
Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, thank you. Mr. President-elect, I am honored and humbled by the immense responsibility that you placed in me of being your national
What are these guys going to feel like whenever they don't have a
I
job?
pledge to you and to the American people that
I
will
pledge
work
to you,
relentlessly
YouTube world,
in service
and all my
of the mission you
audience.
have given us.
I'm going to
keep our
and
country
then
and
tomorrow
our people
to
safe,
just not here.
to advance our national interests, and to defend our values. I pledge to the exceptional national security team you see behind me, and to the brilliant and diverse career professionals across our government, that I will manage a humane and rigorous
Here's the thing, guys.
process that
They're doing
honors
this.
their work.
It's because they're so sure in
And I
the
pledge to
corruption
my
that they did.
parents, who taught my brothers, my sister, and me to work hard, tell the truth, and serve others, that I will do my utmost to make you proud. Sir, we will be vigilant in the face of enduring threats, from nuclear weapons to terrorism.
I don't know.
But you have also tasked us with reimagining our national security for the unprecedented combination of crises we face at home and abroad. The pandemic, the economic crisis, the climate crisis, technological disruption, threats to democracy, racial injustice, and inequality in all forms. The work of the team behind me today will contribute to progress across all of these fronts. You have also tasked us with putting people at the center of our foreign policy. You've told us that the alliances we rebuild, the institutions we lead, the agreements we sign, all of them should be judged by a basic question. Will this make life better, easier, safer for families across this country? Our foreign policy has to deliver for these families. And perhaps most importantly, you've tasked us with helping unite America, as you said in your remarks, through our work to pull people together to tackle big challenges. My wife, Maggie, the love of my life and my partner in all things, served as a senior advisor to Senator John McCain. She and I share this commitment to common ground deep in our bones. To the American people, I had the honor of serving as Joe Biden's national security advisor when he was vice president. I learned a lot, about diplomacy, about strategy, about policy, but most importantly about human nature. I watched him pair strength and resolve with humanity and empathy. That is the person America elected, and that is also America at its best. So, Mr. President-elect, thank you for giving this kid from the heartland an extraordinary opportunity to serve the country I love.
Yeah, there you go. Grab your mask.
Mr. President-elect, Vice President-elect Harris, thank you, Mr. President-elect.
See the great tall whites?
And most of all, thank you for the trust and the responsibility of this appointment. I will do all in my power to live up to your expectations and to this moment for our country and for the world. And I begin by thanking my family for empowering me and encouraging me to take this task on. Secretary-designate Blinken, we've worked together for many years on the Foreign Relations Committee and at Foggy Bottom, and it will be a huge pleasure to partner with you again. You will be a terrific secretary. Mr. President-elect, you've put forward a bold, transformative climate plan. But you've also underscored that no country alone can solve this challenge. Even the United States, for all of our industrial strength, is responsible for only 13% of global emissions. To end this crisis, the whole world must come together. You're right to rejoin Paris on day one, and you're right to recognize that Paris alone is not enough. At the global meeting in Glasgow 1 year from now, all nations must raise ambition together, or we will all fail together. And failure is not an option. Succeeding together means tapping into the best of American ingenuity, creativity, and diplomacy, from brain power to alternative energy power, using every tool we have to get where we have to go. No one should doubt the determination of this president, vice president. They shouldn't doubt the determination of a country that went to the moon, cured supposedly incurable diseases, and beat back global tyranny, to win World War II. This kind of crisis demands that kind of leadership again, and President Biden will provide it. The road ahead is exciting, actually. It means creating millions of middle-class jobs.
This is
crazy. It means less pollution in our air, ocean. It means making life healthier for citizens across the world.
This is absolutely crazy.
It means we will strengthen the security of every nation in the world. In addressing the climate crisis, President-elect Joe Biden is determined to seize the future now and leave a healing planet to future generations. 57 years ago, this week...
It's funny because I just referred to him as the tall whites, which is a species of aliens, and he's talking about the planet as healing.
A president who reminded us
I thought it was funny.
On Earth, God's work must truly be our own. President Joe Biden will trust in God, and he will also trust in science to guide our work on Earth to protect God's creation.
You see how he talks?
President-elect, Vice President-elect Harris.
You see how he talks?
I look forward to
I just got done saying
Thank you.
Gary Tall Whites, and the way he talks to guide our work here on Earth. Like, what the fuck? Just the way certain things he says, just kind of like, what do you...
Thank you, Secretary Kerry. And congratulations, Mr. President-elect, on bringing together this extraordinary team. I have always believed in the nobility of public service, and these Americans embody it. Their lives and careers are a testament to the dedication, sacrifice, and commitment to civic responsibility that have strengthened our democracy and kept America's promise alive for more than 200 years. President-elect Biden and I have long known that when we were elected, we would inherit a series of unprecedented challenges upon walking into the White House. Addressing these challenges starts with getting this pandemic under control, opening our economy responsibly, and making sure it works for working people. And we also know that our challenges will require us here at home to overcome those issues that block our ability to proceed. Our challenge here is a necessary foundation for
Thanks, Rob. I really
advancing
appreciate
our
that.
leadership around the world. And we are ready for that
Thank you.
work. We will need to reassemble and
That's
renew
awesome.
America's alliances.
I appreciate that.
Rebuild and strengthen the national security and foreign policy institutions that keep us safe and advance our nation's interests, and confront and combat the existential threat of climate change that endangers us all. I take these issues very seriously. My whole career has been about keeping people safe, from serving as district attorney to California's attorney general to the United States Senate, where I have served on the Intelligence and Homeland Security committees. I've come to know firsthand the gravity
She does
of
not
the
sound like
challenges
herself.
and threats facing the United States. And over the past few months, I've also come to know the sound judgment, expertise, and character of the people on this stage. I can say with confidence that they are, to a person, the right women and men for these critical positions. And I look forward to working alongside
Read that
them
teleprompter.
on behalf of the American people, and on behalf of a president who will ask tough questions, demand that we be guided by facts, and expect our team to speak the truth, no matter what. A president
Which
who will be
means
focused on one thing, and
you're going to
one
hear a
thing
lot of
only,
shit you don't like.
doing what is
Because the
best
truth is
for the
hard to
people
swallow.
of the United States of America. When Joe asked me to be his running mate, he told me about his commitment to making sure we selected a cabinet that looks like America, that reflects the best of our nation.
Joe
And that's
Biden
what we
asking
have done.
her to be his
Today's
vice president is like me asking Red Pillaging or Pilling to become teammates with me in YouTube land.
And they also share something else in common: an unwavering belief in America's ideals, an unshakable commitment to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And they understand the indispensable role of America's leadership in the world. These women and men are patriots and public servants to their core. And they are leaders, the leaders we need to meet the challenges of this moment.
Exactly, Mike.
And those that lie ahead. Thank you.
I'd like her to bring up the whole bus story when she was a second wave of kids. Hey? Can she bring that story up now, or do we just gonna? That's just old news. Well, it's old news now that I get to become the vice president. Civil War, Civil War. Oh man. Oh, why is that not working? There we go. And how does it feel? This is the biggest horse shit day I've seen in my friggin' life with them. For your hotness. Ooh. I'm not taking my shirt off like I did last night though, Annie. That was a one-time deal. I appreciate that donation though. I really do. You guys make it happen. You make it happen. You make all of this possible, and I absolutely love you guys for it. Absolutely do. Travel tour. Yeah, I went to take the sweater off last night. When I took the sweater off, my shirt came off with it. Yeah. So, long story short, it was a feeding frenzy. I'm just begging. Yeah, no, it was not good. Oh man. The way that one guy talked though, he talked like he was from a different planet. We all American, will not click. Yeah, I hope not. Wow, my sound's back. John Jones. How is your 24 pack? Don't be modest. Show us your 24 pack. Don't be modest. I don't have a 24 pack yet. It's covered. I got it in the shed. Country girl. So my question is Harris gonna have nightly bong parties or just when she feels the need? Yeah, I don't know. That's some crazy shit. I'm just gonna see if I can bring up something else here. Like that is like that's like some crazy ass shit right there. I just don't understand it. COVID-19 updates. I'm so sick and tired of listening to the COVID-19. COVID-19. You know, with the restriction of travel in the United States, does anybody tell me why there is this many planes in the air? Can anybody tell me how there's that many planes in the air? I don't know how this virus is spreading. Oh, man. hoping that little friggin' heater kicks in soon. I'm just saying, how does that happen? Joe Biden. What a joke. Joke Biden. Unbelievable. Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of living you. Alright, Harris needs to hook up with Hunter. Ugh. They'd probably make a good couple though. She will have free drugs. Imagine the anxiety flow across America right now. Just watching that video. I'm in Canada, guys, and I was just like, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Oh, my neck. My back. Don't finish those words. Was Travel Tour Jason here? I just seen her in here, eh? Or was I just seeing something? Sidney Powell's just got approved by military to who designed? Where'd you get that information? That's not what I want. Stop. Seymour. Trump will never concede despite transition process. Okay, yeah. What does it say? President Donald Trump is vowing to never concede the most corrupt election in American political history, despite the General Services Administration giving the go-ahead to Joe Biden to begin a transition to the White House. Trump remarks came in at late Monday night, tweeted, he wrote, what does a GSA being allowed to... Wow, holy moly. Civil War, guys. You guys ready to fight? Anybody got a camper for sale? I'm coming over. I'll show you I'll show you how we do it up here in the north. Boom, 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 boom. Plenty of here in Colorado. Yeah, I gotta get one. We can't let you guys lose. We need you guys to get back on your feet. Or Canada's gonna be screwed. Hey guys, we need 5 more likes. 5 more people in here. If you haven't hit that thumbs up button, please hit that thumbs up button. If you haven't hit it. Let's see if I start losing them. 95. Let's see if I start losing. Every time I call out to hit the thumbs up, it seems like I was losing them. Linus 4 paws. Yeah. Born ready. We got 100 thumbs up just like that, guys. Boom. Because you guys rock. 101 says Brandon. Brandon, you guys absolutely rock. This is a rock. Like, you guys rock, man. So I'm checking out this guy. Check this out here, right here. So this guy on the screen, I'm not sure what to make of him, but he's a pretty good-looking guy, from what I can tell. Looks like he's well dressed, pretty sexy. Looks like he's working out. Just saying. Anyways, enough of him. No, my ego's not that big. Glenn Miller says 103. Oh yeah, nappy. I don't know, Wayne. He seems like he seems to be into himself. Oh, not since last night. I mean, no, that's not what I meant. Yeah, no. Maybe a little bit. Alright, let's see what other kind of shit we can get ourselves into. One with almost perfect camera. I could just I need to go work out, yeah. I go get my workout on. Alberta faces pressure for increased restrictions as COVID-19 cases rises through the roof and people kiss their lives goodbye. Oh, well, that last part I added. Yeah, okay. The COVID live now. Let's see what this is. Ooh, so pretty. Do you see much big game at your house, Wayne? I want to answer that, but I know I'm going to get in trouble. Oh, shit. No, I don't see much big game at my house. Oh, shit. I'm going to get in trouble. I can feel it. While driving. Oh, shit. Wayne, you should throw on Newsmax TV on the other screen. I don't know if I'd get in trouble. That's the problem. Where's Newsmax? Is it online? Do they have a Facebook? Because if they have a Facebook, then I might be screwed. Someone is touching you, Wayne. Yes, they are. Shit. Alright. Oh, it doesn't look like there's shit on that platform. The copyright thing.
Bunch of secret squares on the bingo card, and there will be no
sexual orientation in this country right here.
Yeah, no, President Trump, for both of those topics, whether it be religion or sexuality, he has stood strongly for both, and it goes against the mainstream media narrative.
Mainstream media narrative.
That he doesn't support LGBTQ. President Trump has been one of the strongest supporters of the LGBTQ community, especially amongst Republican presidents.
Yeah. And we've seen the walkaway movement talk about the numbers that they've increased in that community. We've seen the numbers increase in the Latino community as well as African American. Skyrocket. And then the Jewish community. I wasn't aware of the numbers in the Jewish
my
community.
mother has also just informed me this again. She received a call from him,
I'm not familiar with
and
him as well, but it doesn't completely
of her
surprise
Navy
me.
have also confirmed this way.
Yeah, well, it's actually once you start
Also
to look at the
confirmed.
facts,
What was it?
Brandon Strand
Confirmed
has
what
got a great
again? Sorry.
Story about how he just one day investigated a story that was against the president and dug into it and realized that it wasn't true.
My uncle is a lawyer in the military court and was informed about it by this station meeting director at DC.
Yeah, that was a great story. If you missed that, you can check that out. He actually opened with it at the Walkaway movement rally in Atlanta, Georgia this past weekend. So we have that streamed for you guys as well.
Approved by
on our YouTube
military
channel. Pretty much
procedures
everything
and
we
charges
do, we,
against the Biden
archive
administration.
on our
Wow.
YouTube channel, so you can find
Okay,
out
really?
any
So
event that we've been live at, and including today's event, we are going to be live 4 minutes. We're 4 minutes away from the official 2020 turkey pardoning, choosing. What is the technical?
He's gracing them with their lives, basically. And I learned earlier they're going to go on to, as a part of an educational system, they're going to go on tour. These turkeys are going to go on tour. Much like these turkeys here are on tour, those turkeys are on tour. One of us a turkey. Yeah, one of us does.
Crazy,
so
crazy,
go,
crazy.
They look delicious, and I do love my turkey. But that's what we're here to talk about today. And remind you, Liz will be out in Georgia, Savannah, Georgia.
Who is Mike?
Is that
I don't
Monday,
know.
right? Okay, Monday. Part of that tour. You want to talk a little bit about that before we go?
Yes, absolutely. So, Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Camp de Saint-Denis qui abritait entre 2000 et 3000 exilés. Et hier soir, en fait, ils ont occupé la place de la République pour dénoncer
Hey Kenny, how you
les
doing?
conditions de vie inhumaines.
Hold on a minute. We got to put this up on the screen. You know, blind dude, I usually am very weary on putting your shit up on the screen there, but I'm going to do it this time, okay? I'm going to just do it. I haven't watched it. I'm just going to put it up. Afternoon, Wayne. Thanks for the stream again. Guy Home Jones, no problem. Ashley, Bridget, okay, boom, boom. Kenny, Ghost, okay. I'm going to put it up. Let's see what happens here. Oh, please, don't make me puke.
Well, it looks like Biden is going to be our next president, and good riddance. Fuck Donald Trump. So I have something very exciting to share. My fiance and I are starting to pool our money together and save up so I can start taking testosterone and going through with the testosterone portion of my transition. So I know it's going to be a little bit, but I'm so excited to start my journey finally, because we're in a good place to start our journey.
Blind dude. I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't know, what the hell is that? What the... Ban him. Okay, he's blind. He doesn't know what he's looking at. Clearly. I'm... No stripper pole. What's going on? I don't know. Replay it, please. Why would you want to replay that? Like, no.
Well,
look at that. Like, okay, am I missing something? Who? There's got to be something I'm missing there.
well, it looks like Biden is going to be our next president, and good riddance. Fuck Donald Trump. So I have something very exciting to share.
Like, look at the face on that.
Fuck.
No, okay. No, never mind. I don't fucking know.
Donald Trump. So I have something very exciting to share. My fiance and I are starting to pool our money together and save up so I can start taking testosterone and going through with the testosterone portion of my transition. So I know it's going to be a little bit, but I'm so excited to start my journey finally, because we're in a good place to start our journey.
Was she hoping she's gonna grow a penis or something? I don't know what the hell I just watched. I have no idea what I just watched. Like, I don't want to be rude or anything, but like, Blind Dude has this way of like showing me videos that make me want to puke. This is funny, actually. So he's trying to steal the steel for whatever reason, right? He's trying to steal the steel. Probably sell it, obviously. So look, he goes like this, he picks it up, steps, boom! $7,000 people cheering and singing and dancing without masks to celebrate the grandson. Wow. Now you're using words like penis and no penis and no penis. Yeah. Who knows? I don't friggin' know anymore. Everything's fake in the world. Why not have that fake? Seriously. Shot in New York. Where was that? Wayne, Fox 5. What's this cop shot in Queens? Let's bring this up. Here we go, we're flying. Guess they're going to the scene where the cop was shot. All right, all right. Do the flying eagle, Wayne. I'm gonna go get some black paint and paint that ugly thing right there, because you know what? That is a symbol of racism. I cannot have a white wall behind me. Changing it to black, because black walls matter. Just saying. Then sneak and then swallow and then wow. Look at that. That looks pretty flat, people. I just hear the flat earthers right now. See, told you, Wayne Grease. It's flat. Blue balls matter. Oh man, you just reminded me of something. I was watching this TV show called Blippi with my son, my 2-year-old son. And Blippi was in this like playground area, and they were going through the colors of all the balls and stuff. And then, of course, Blippi, being this grown-ass man, sitting there surrounded with all these kids, jumping and screaming, and he's going, the red ball, the yellow ball, the purple ball. And then he's like, my favorite of all, blue balls. I love my blue balls. And I was just, I spit my drink, my tea all over myself. I spit it all over my son. He started crying. So now I got this TV show screaming in the background with this guy on Blippi yelling. He's got blue balls with all this stuff around him. And my son's crying because I just spit tea all over him. I'm pissed off because I have tea all over me. And the TV show, and the guy's still going on about how blue balls are his favorite balls. I was like, are you... Like, we don't watch Blippi anymore. Just saying. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now you're telling me that grown-ass man didn't know what the hell he was fucking saying? Of course he knew what he was saying. He knew for sure what he was saying. So now I don't know if they have Pee Wee Herman moments. Yeah. So I don't know if it was just like a pun to like make the adults laugh that had to like sit through like hours and hours of Blippi. But, yeah. You know he knew. Yeah, of course he knew. That's why he saved it for the last. Wish Wayne was my neighbor, my next door neighbor. Margaret Thompson. Why do you wish I was your neighbor? Where are you from, Margaret? Margaret, where are you from? 4-year kids, 4 years, yeah. I'm talking about blue balls, and Margaret's like, I wish he was my neighbor. Wait a minute. Oh, we lost it. There it is. Who's Blippi, though? Hell if I know. Look him up. He's on Netflix. So he can fix them for you? So she can fix them for you? Bet she don't know. You gotta be careful, guys. You don't know how old people are when they come into the chat, right? Please watch that. Okay. Yeah, you gotta be careful, guys, whenever you're talking. Like, we don't know if it's a kid that comes into the chat and we're talking all dirty like that. Give me a second, see if I can...
I was walking down the road and I saw a dog.
Hold on. Okay, yeah, we can... Let's play it. We'll play it. Let's do it.
Hee-haw. He only had 3 legs and 1 eye. He was a winky wonky donkey. I was walking down the road and I saw a donkey. Hee-haw. He only had 3 legs, 1 eye, and he liked to listen to country music. He was a honky-tonky, winky-wonky donkey. I think I like this book. Better than the main. I was walking down the road and I saw a donkey. Hee-haw! He had only 3 legs, 1 eye. He liked to listen to country music. He was quite tall and slim. He was a lanky, honky, donkey, winky, wonky donkey. Actually, you listen to this. Oh dear. How can anybody read this seriously? I was walking down the road and I saw a donkey. Oh dear, hold on. Oh dear. He only had 3 legs, 1 eye. He liked to listen to country music and he's quite tall and slim. And he smelled really, really bad. Oh dear. He's a stinky, dinky, lanky, honky, tonky, winky, wonky, Oh, I had to stop looking at his bum. Oh dear. I was walking down the road and I saw a donkey, honky. Hee-haw! He only had 3 legs, 1 eye. He liked to listen to country music. He was quite tall and slim. He smelled really, really bad. And that morning he got up early and hadn't had any coffee. He was a cranky, stinky, dinky, lanky, honky, tonky, winky, wonky, donkey. Oh, how much more?
The kid's just like,
He was walking down the road. I was walking down the road and I saw a donkey. Hee-haw. He only had 3 legs, 1 eye. He liked to listen to country music. He was quite tall and slim. He smelled really, really bad. That morning he got up early and hadn't had any coffee. And he was always getting up to mischief. He was a hanky-panky, cranky, stinky, dinky, lanky, honky, tonky, winky, wonky, donkey. Oh, this is gonna kill me. Nemia, I was walking down the road and I saw a donkey. Hee-haw. He only had 3 legs, 1 eye. He liked to listen to country music. He was quite tall and slim. He smelled really, really bad. That morning he got up early and hadn't had any coffee. He was always getting up to mischief, but he was quite good looking. He was a spunky, hanky-panky, cranky, stinky, dinky, lanky, honky, donkey, winky, wonky, donkey. I have to finish this. It's got to me. Alright. I was walking down the road and I saw a donkey. Okay. Hee-haw! The end.
oh man, that's crazy. What do we got over here? We got Paris, France. So this is France. We got Poland. Man, the whole world's going to shit, man. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to make this full screen. I'm going to make this full screen. I just got to help Jonathan out with something. If you haven't hit that thumbs up, please do so now.
c'était la manif sauvage la plus courte du monde, ou soit il se prépare quelque chose encore. Dans tous les cas, restez connectés, il y a des renforts qui arrivent de CRS. Voilà, on va suivre ça jusqu'à ce qu'il se passe plus grand chose. Pour le moment, les gens, ils ont vraiment l'air motivés à faire une manif sauvage, donc restez connectés, les amis.
Alright. A lot of shit going on here, eh? Just trying to help Jonathan with the with StreamYard. What did I miss here? Okay, Robert, thank you for the donation, and Annie O, thank you for the donation. I know I already said thank you, but thank you again. Oh, thank you again for it. I really appreciate that. Wow. Whole world's going to crap. Trump just pardoned 2 turkeys, corn and cob. Nice. Corn and cob. Yeah, I know, I'm just joking too. Oh, something broke. The French are tearing it apart. I should change my title to protest. Let's see what else we can find up here. Wow.
Soon end the pandemic. It's just such a tremendous feeling to know that they're coming, and they'll be coming probably starting next week or shortly thereafter. We send our love to every member of the armed forces and the law enforcement heroes risking their lives to keep America safe, to keep America great, and as I say, America first. Shouldn't go away from that. America first. We give thanks to the priceless freedoms that we've inherited, and we ask God to watch over and protect our nation and its people during this incredible holiday and in all of the years to come. We ask that of God. Once again, Melania and I wish to thank everybody for your incredible courtesies and also wish you a happy Thanksgiving. And now it's time for the moment of our guests of honor. They've been waiting, and in this case, he's been waiting.
Guys, give me a minute. I'll be right back.
And bring him out.
Man, it's a busy day during the day.
Beautiful bird. Oh, so lucky. That is a lucky bird. Corn, I hereby grant you a full pardon. Thank you, Corn. Oh, that's what you are? Iowa Farm. I knew I liked you for beautiful. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, and I've got some great news for you. Today you can save up to 66% off all my products from my
approach, and we face a manifest problem that requires action, not talk. Thank you very much.
And we're ready to take some questions, and then we'll try to figure out who's best suited to answer them as we go along. So, any questions? Yes. Tell us who you are.
My name is Ananda. I work for ABC 10.
Okay.
When I talked to DA Wagstaff previously,
We have a microphone.
When I talked to DA Wagstaff previously, he said some of the inmates would just receive about a couple of years added to their sentence, and they're already serving close to life sentences. Has there been any consideration of stronger punishments for this?
What type of punishments?
Stronger punishments.
Stronger punishments.
Steve, I did not hear the question clearly. Could you repeat for me?
Yeah, the question is, since a lot of, or at least some of these people are already serving massive sentences or will serve large sentences, is there any consideration for stronger punishment than just adding 3 years or so onto their sentence?
Yeah, there's two answers to that. California law right now doesn't permit a greater punishment unless they have. Some of the people we've charged have prior strike convictions, and we are enhancing their sentences for that. But the core crime of conspiracy is a 3-year max under California law. And of course, we as district attorneys would do believe that there should be greater punishment for this type of fraud. However, the difficulty is that our legislature in recent years has not, in California, hasn't been receptive to increasing punishment. We're hopeful that perhaps in this arena, they might have a different viewpoint. But right now, the limit exists, and there's no moving outside it on a state level.
Could I speak to that as well,
Yeah.
Steve?
Yes.
So on the federal side, and this is again why it's vital that we are part of this process, we have a crime on the federal side called aggravated identity theft. So what we all think of as stealing someone's identity for fraudulent purposes, which carries a mandatory minimum 2 years in a federal penitentiary. No probation, no break, 2 years mandatory minimum. And oftentimes with these types of cases, we will also charge and convict persons of other crimes on top of the aggravated identity theft. So we start with 2 years and then it only builds from there. So I just want to throw that in there.
Any other thoughts on that question? Yes. Okay. Further questions?
Hi,
Yes.
Vicki Gonzalez of KCRA. It's twofold. The first one is, has there been a response, or what kind of response from EDD about this fraud? And then the second question is, you mentioned friends and families on the outside were cooperating with inmates on the inside. Is there any ties to criminal organizations, or are these just kind of lone individual instances that are as an aggregate total nearly $1 billion?
Okay, thanks. I put the 2 questions up here. Anne-Marie's going to answer that.
The first question was about the response from EDD. I would say, and I think Mr. Pearson said this earlier, it's been slow if non-existent, at least to the task force. I would give credit to the investigators who are working very well, but we've made a number of efforts to reach out to their top level management and haven't really had any response from that. As to friends and family, some people call them one-offs. Is it one-offs? There's a lot, a combination of both. There's very, very organized rings that are perpetuating these frauds. Very, very extensive. Multiple cars sent to individual addresses, both across the jails and the prisons, and likely from the outside. So this is some very, very organized theft rings to the tune of millions of dollars.
Any other questions?
Is there anything, oh, sorry, Jessica with Fox 40. Is there anything being done to recuperate the money that's already been paid out? Can anything be done?
Anybody want to take a shot at that one? I'm sure it's something that we will be wanting to do. There are limits on what we can do at this point.
I think there's 2 parts to it, and remember there's dozens and dozens of investigations ongoing right now. But there's 2 parts to it. There's people on the outside ripping off the system, and there's people on the inside that are participating in that ripoff. And so, while we may not get much more out of a death row inmate, you can rest assured that we're going to do everything we can to quite frankly, nail those people on the outside. And there's ways that EDD, and as well as the criminal justice system, whether it's like Mr. Wagstaff said, seeking restitution, but EDD has their own tools of being able to garnish wages and things like that. But remember, like I made this comment before, every inmate in state prison that has victimized a person has left somebody behind, and in many of those cases, they are owing restitution to those victims. And so we're just further damaging them because they're not getting what they're entitled to as well.
Let me add something to that too. As a taxpayer, all of us need to be really angry about this. As has been alluded to, we're talking about not an insignificant amount of money. Statewide, we're talking about, at a minimum, hundreds of millions of dollars, as much as $1 billion of fraud. And because that system and the EDD department is so dysfunctional, there has been a backlog. There continues to be a backlog of many, many thousands of people who have, because of the pandemic, because of the lockdowns, and others have lost their employment, and they're unable to get money because they don't know the system the same way the inmates do. And they don't know how to go through the process and to get these things done. And one of the things that we've seen through the stages of investigation is that typically these types of claims get paid out very quickly because they know that they communicate with each other and they say, this is how you fill the form out, this is the information. You have to make sure that it's in there. So yes, and to your point directly, we are owed as taxpayers, both at the state level and individual level, we're owed hundreds of millions of dollars. But the practical reality is, when you're talking about thousands of convicted felons that are engaged in this behavior, despite best efforts, the practical reality is the vast majority of this money will never be repaid. And I think it's important to note that. And yes, we are going to try to do, as DA Wagstaff said, try to get orders, try to go after it. But I mean, think about it from the standpoint he's saying, someone that's already serving essentially a life term, who's ripping off the taxpayers, and there's no practical way that money's ever going to be repaid by him. And these are criminals committing crimes. So the limitations are there despite the best efforts to recover restitution for that.
I think there's one other thing that is really important for folks to understand, and Mr. Pearson mentioned it earlier, is it's not just about the money that's been stolen. It's about the fact that we need to turn off the spigot, which means that we should not continue to pay these convicted felons who are in prison. And that's part of the letter that Mr. Pearson referenced, is that we have asked and implored the governor to get involved himself to turn the spigot off. Because right now, there is no cross-matching between the incarceration data and EDD on a routine basis like it's being done in 35 other states. And if we have that spigot shut off, we're going to reduce the amount of money that's flowing to these individuals, these criminals, these murderers, these rapists, in a very short order. It is time to turn that off.
Any further questions? Okay.
Dennis from CBS 13, Sacramento. Any comment on the EDD still sending out Social Security numbers in their mailings?
I don't think we'll be able to comment on that. I know it's tangentially related, but not directly, so sorry about that. We have another question? Yeah. Yes. Follow up.
So when I reached out to EDD, they said that the IDV system would help stop this. Have you noticed that? Has that helped at all, or are you still continuing to see inmates still getting paid out for this?
Just to understand this, so as EDD was learning that the magnitude of the fraud and what was going on in the last several months, there was some outside assistance from other people looking into it and trying to advise them on what to do and how easy the fraud was to perpetrate. And just to answer the question, in terms of there was a system put in place that was supposed to help stem some of this, and that basically what it would do is require a photograph and identification to be submitted as part of that. And I think that's a significant improvement and a significant help. The problem is, what we know is from listening to jail communications and prison communications, in other words, people that are in custody in jails, and their phone calls are recorded. And we know that they're talking amongst themselves about how easy it is to defeat that and how to do a workaround. So then they will call to somebody on the outside, get a driver's license, get some other type of identification, and then the money continues to flow. So it is an improvement, but it's certainly not an overall fix to the problem.
Any other questions from people inside? I think we might have some questions from folks who are listening in remote.
Yes. So Anita Chabria from the Los Angeles Times, and looks like the same question came from Sean Hubler from New York Times. Can the DAs confirm that a claim was made in the name of death row inmate Scott Peterson?
That's true. There was a claim made in the name of Scott Peterson.
Stephanie Sierra from ABC7 Los Angeles. We've heard from elected leaders there is fear this fraud is being perpetrated from help by people inside the EDD. Is there any evidence to suggest that may be true?
Well, we would not be able to comment on that, even if whether it was true or not. So I think I'll just leave it at that. Sorry about that.
Adam Beam from the Associated Press. how many people have been arrested and charged? And of those, how many are outside of the prison system?
I don't know if we have a direct number, but for the folks here, Steve or maybe Cynthia could give us some help on that.
I only know the numbers for San Mateo County. There are 22 people charged. 21 of them are either in custody or facing it. And of that number, 6 were outside helping the ones inside. And again, out of our 22, 4 of them have been convicted so far. The others, the cases are pending.
I know, Cynthia, you mentioned a few. Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Most of our cases are currently being investigated. Of the one case that we have filed and that charges are pending in court, 2 are outsiders out of Los Angeles County that were helping inmates within Kern County.
And then I could just add to that that there's literally dozens of investigations going on statewide, and it's just going to continue to grow. But as far as actual cases filed, that's probably most of them at this point.
Steve, if I could,
yes.
if I could chime in there. So we have indicted a handful of people, actually formally been indicted by the grand jury in Sacramento and Fresno thus far, and we have lots and lots of open investigations right now. And the people we have indicted to date were not inmates. These were just people out of the street perpetrating this fraud.
Okay, great, thank you. Any more questions from inside the room or outside? Looks like maybe a couple more from remote.
Yes, thank you. Sean Hubler from New York Times has a follow-up question on the Scott Peterson question. He wants to know if anyone can verify how much fraud was associated to him.
I think we know the number at this point, but we're not going to do that. That could be an active investigation at some point, so we have to decline to answer that.
We have a question from Astrid Kassemeyer, Bay City News. Is there any evidence that people on the outside were coerced into assisting inmates with filing fraudulent claims, or were they acting independently?
Does anyone want to speak to that? I think we don't necessarily have evidence of it, but the investigations will probably reveal whether people were actively involved, willingly, unwillingly, whether some of the people who were inmates were not involved at all, but their identifications were stolen or coerced from them in the facilities. We don't know that yet, but we'll be finding out soon.
Okay, we have Wes from the Sacramento Bee, and the question is there a specific action that Governor Newsom can take to, quote, turn the spigot off, as you said, and stop paying these claims?
I think the immediate action that needs to happen is that we need to adopt what other states are doing. I don't think any of us are naive enough to believe that a massive governmental organization will take some time, but there are vendors, companies that have been doing this. I mean, just speaking from a county, we cut off welfare benefits to people that are in our county jail, and we have a system in place. It's not, I don't want to say it's a simple process, but turning the spigot off means that we expedite the imposition of this system that exists in other states to do exactly what we're asking to be done.
And then I have another follow-up question from the SACB. Can the U.S. Attorney talk a little bit more about the source of the money that has been stolen? Was it federal or state funds?
Did you get that, McGregor?
The source of the money that's been stolen, is that right?
Yes, federal or state funds.
Yeah, so it's a mix of the two, but I feel confident in saying that the very strong majority of that money came from the federal government, largely in the form of the $600 per week supplemental unemployment insurance that was passed by the Congress back at the advent of COVID in March. So that I don't have a dollar number around that. I don't know what those numbers are, but this is federal money at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up question from the New York Times. Are you working with other states on any of these fraud cases, and if so, which ones?
Are you talking, are you asking Gregor Scott that question or all of us?
It should be to the panel, to all of you.
Panel. Anne Marie.
What's that? I mean, let's be honest here. This is as the words I've used, is behemoth. This is a massive amount of work that needs to be done. The information that we are relaying today was really just evaluated in the last couple of weeks. And yes, there's money going out of state. There's money going out of this country in the names of individuals that are in prison. And so those investigations will be undertaken in the most organized way we can. Obviously targeting individuals that have the largest amounts of money, the most structure, and those of that magnitude. But it is to underscore the complexity of this fraud. There's no description of how complex it can be. But the answer to that question will be dependent upon every jurisdiction on where the money goes and what they choose to do with those investigations.
Hey, Steve?
Yeah. That's great.
Steve?
Yes. Gregor
Okay,
Scott.
I just want to provide one additional point about the source of money. And I said this at the outset, but I want to make sure we're clear on this. Yes, it was federal money, but the way this works is the federal government passes it to the states, and the states are responsible for the actual distribution. And in California, that's EDD. So this fraud problem is one that rests at EDD, not with the feds. Just want to be clear on that.
And just to finish up one question about working with other states, I wasn't sure myself. I don't know that we're actually working with any other state agencies or groups at this time, but we're aware of the fact that there is fraud in other states, and so if that opportunity arises, I'm sure we'll be doing it.
And Steve began, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the Department of Justice has done a nationwide task force to deal with this. And each United States attorney in the nation has been asked to designate a coordinator within his or her district. And my folks are regular participants in that process. So from that perspective, there is multi-state coordination.
Thank you. One more question back there.
There's a follow-up question from the LA Times. Can the San Mateo DA clarify if he is filed on 21 or 22 cases?
Steve?
I need your help, Steve. I couldn't hear.
How many cases did you file on, 22 or 21?
We filed on 22 people. One person's at large. He posted $1 million bail. We think at least a portion of that was with ill-gotten gains from EDD fraud. But the other 22 we've charged are in court. The other one, he has $1 million arrest warrant out for him.
Thank you. Looks like someone's texting one in. No? That's it? Anything else, folks? You want to finish off the call? Okay, that's it for the press conference. Thanks a lot.
We'll send out the letter. Just the letter, the letter will be distributed.
Okay. We'll distribute the letter that was sent to the governor shortly. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks. Thanks, Cindy. Good work.
I was streaming them today. Yeah.
Voilà, donc au niveau de la NAS, pour pouvoir sortir, effectivement, il y a barrage filtrant avec couverture des sacs.
C'est pour tout le monde pareil, monsieur. Il n'y a pas de stop, pas jamais ou pas. Tout le monde est fouillé, monsieur. Je vous laisse y aller. Je vous laisse y aller, monsieur. Merci. Monsieur, vous voulez sortir, on vous laisse sortir. Allez-y. Vous en faites, monsieur. Vous en faites, monsieur. Bonne soirée.
On a retrouvé le plus gros noyau, on va dire, du reste des manifestants. Voilà, il est 21h, ça fait 3 heures qu'on est en direct sur ce rassemblement. Donc il y a présence du commissaire dans la ligne de police. Voilà, donc la présence du commissaire ici.
Alright guys, sorry. I'm a little back. Is Haley in the house tonight? Is Haley here? I don't know if Haley's still here or not.
Ouais, donc le métro est fermé.
I don't think Haley's here. She'll be on later tonight. So sorry, I ran to the mailbox real quickly because I was told there was a parcel there, and I wish Haley was here. I'm gonna wait till Haley gets in here, but.
Attention, il y a la vague dans le métro. Il y a la vague dans le métro.
Ça va être pratique pour moi.
Stupid autocorrect says Kenny. Haley, are you in here?
Like this, he said, don't you stop doing what you're doing because there's something that needs to be done.
Right. And then you guys come over here to the governor's today.
Yeah, I came here because I want him to do something. We have to talk to them, something. More charges got to be brought up. You know,
that would be like me giving a proof to go kill somebody. Just because I have a driver's license and I have a green light, you know, I don't know if my daughter was sick when she fell because the man said
celebrating
she fell
Thanksgiving in
and
Canada?
she didn't move after that.
Yep.
He said
Just
she
give me one sec,
fell,
guys. I'll be right
and
back.
So, you know, maybe she was sick because they said she wasn't drinking. The lady, she came down 5 times and talked to my kids from upstairs. She witnessed it, and the man in the store witnessed it. And I need something from them, something more, some kind of bigger charges. This isn't right, and she deserved more than that.
Did you say something about people were yelling at him to stop?
Yeah, there was men out there waving like this, you know, stop, you know, and stay back. And that man said, he said, one of my daughters said she must be traumatized because she was sitting on the steps of the store. I don't know if she was, but she was the one on the stairs. And she was sitting out there, and then my daughter, she said, came walking across the street like this, and she was walking, and she got to the middle of the intersection and just collapsed. He said she just fell and didn't move again. And then, yeah, they were just saying a bunch of stuff, you know, kind of, I don't know.
The disrespectful, you know, the investigator and the commander, I mean, they were so disrespectful, like they didn't even think of her as like human. The way they talked to me, the way they were talking, it's frustrating. He still won't call my mom back or my dad or me. He still won't. That's so not right. That's not right at all.
And that's the investigator, and they're leaving him on the job after that conversation?
Yeah, they still, yeah, exactly. She goes, I don't know what happened with, you know, between you guys' conversation, but I do know that if my sister was killed, he would, I'm like, yeah, is your sister white? She's not a person of color, so you have no idea. You know, that's the frustrating part. Not everybody is the color she is, and not everybody.
I've been out here for the past 2 days now, and I hope somebody hears me soon.
Somebody's here. I've been here so many times, I've never seen him come out.
No, yesterday we were here and we were standing right there because there was a big bright light there, and we were standing out there. And
after it got dark,
around, and they opened the gate, and then they closed it again a couple minutes later.
Like he was thinking about coming out?
Yeah, like he was thinking about maybe coming out to talk or say something, because it was just us.
Right.
Some people, you know, yesterday, and yeah, and then nothing, nobody came, or the gate just shut again.
Yeah, it would be nice if, you know, elected officials would speak to people. I don't know why it's so hard.
It's like, you know, and I posted good comments on things, but when he was going through different things and issues, and people were cutting him down and saying, you know, bad stuff, and I said, no, I love our governor, you know, because he's doing what's right, you know, and then, you know, all I want is just this little bit more charges for this kid. They didn't even take his license or nothing, just a misdemeanor, come on, man.
Tired of it, St. Paul Police Department, that's what we're tired of. I'm tired of it.
So you'll probably have to go to court, and then they'll have to make a decision what they do about a misdemeanor. I don't know enough about the law.
Just when the police department ignores you and treats you so disrespectful, I mean, like you're nobody, I mean, that's not right.
Yeah, I think that's a large issue too, in a lot of the complaints about the police and the police movement is they're supposed to be peace officers, they're supposed to be there for the community, but it always seems like they're there working against you. And in this situation, you're the victim.
And protect is what they say, but
Right.
they're not serving or protecting anybody here.
And when you're the victim, it sounds like in this situation that you're just making you a victim again.
Yeah. And it's like they're not the ones that can't sleep at night, right? No, they're not the ones that's gotta miss her on every holiday now, or every birthday party, which we have one almost every month. I have so many kids and grandkids.
Never a dull moment. But my sister was caring, you know. She was amazing, big heart. She would be doing this right now if it was me or with someone else in our family.
Yeah, right out here with us. She would have called all her friends to call me. So now I'm just putting all my great heartache into trying to get some kind of justice for her. And I know that, those parents of that kid and him, they couldn't even try to message anybody, and say, like, hey, I'm sorry, that this happened, and I wish I could change anything they could tell me,
Right.
But I'm going to be out here every single day until they tell me that
They give
that
us
kid
answers,
is not
being ignored.
And then tell me, the medical examiner, I think this week, should have something about what her cause of death was. Because I called them last week and they thinking it was going to be now, but they said no, it takes at least 2 weeks to hear something.
Well,
I know they can, because I know they got that speaker on there. That's why I was sitting to this last night. All we're asking, we're not trying to counsel them. All we want is for that kid to have stronger charges brought up on him for killing somebody, for killing my baby. That's all I want. I don't care about anything else.
well, security, can hear because they got cameras and microphones around here. They hear what's going on. And they walk by the windows if he's home.
That's all I want. That's all I want. That's it.
Governor, what's his name? He said he might, or his office said he might call me back and they're gonna make sure.
Oh, the mayor? Yeah.
See if he can get in contact with people to let them know.
Yeah, because doesn't the mayor oversee the St. Paul Police Department?
I was thinking it was the mayor of Minneapolis.
I thought you said Carter was the mayor of Minneapolis.
No, Jacob Fry in Minneapolis.
Yeah, Jacob Fry.
I was thinking he was the mayor here.
Yeah.
I think Jacob's on his last leg over there.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
But yeah, I can see that frustration too. That just communicate. Come out, talk to us. What are you doing about this? How are we going forward? And keep it transparent. But they're never transparent about anything.
People do things that they don't even normally do with their lives and flip it all around.
Go!
And shots exchanged. Both officers are struck and injured. One in the right upper thigh. He has a fractured femur and is undergoing surgery. The other officer was shot at least one time, and we believe at this point in both hands. Both officers, who have nearly 14 years with the police department and nearly 6 years with the police department, respectively, are awake and in stable condition here at Jamaica Medical Center. Again, both require surgery for their very serious injuries, and we're hopeful for a full recovery. The suspect in this case, identified as 41-year-old Rondell Gopi, was also shot. It is undetermined how many times at this point in time, and was pronounced deceased at the scene. Multiple guns were recovered at the scene belonging to Mr. Gopi. The female victim in the case was not injured as a result of the incident. Before we open up for very brief questions, Pat, you have any words?
You know, this is a perfect example of, once again, we're saying here we're fortunate, we're lucky, we're glad when we got here to the hospital, but let's not forget that we're here at this hospital. And those that disrespect police officers, those that want to say, well, let's defund them, let's take them out of every different type of job. Here's an example. It's an example of a domestic dispute. It's an example when the police officers walk in, they get shot at. What would happen if the police officers weren't there? What would happen if we didn't have enough of them to cover all the radio runs? What would happen if a social worker was there and the police officer wasn't? So sometimes in a college classroom, sometimes in a council room, sometimes on a Zoom conference talking about policing, it seems awful easy to say, here's the script and here's what we'll do. What we see here today and police officers that surround us see all the time, there is no script. We can't be removed. We need to be there. And remember, they called us to go there. And because these two police officers put themselves at risk, professionally went to that call, there's no one else dead. The complainant's not dead. The police officers are injured. And fortunately, the person that tried to take us in a situation where you'd think it would be okay, shot at us. And fortunately, unfortunately, we have to live with it. But fortunately, he'll hurt no more.
So, Terry, I think you have pictures of the two firearms that were recovered. And with that, we'll take questions.
What can you tell us about this person's status to carry a firearm, and what can you tell us about his job and criminal history?
Yeah, he, to our knowledge at this point in time, and again, this is very preliminary, based on the information we believe him to be who he is, no criminal history, and a licensed firearm handler, and currently working as a peace officer. Correct. Anyone?
Not have an arrest record there?
Not to our knowledge, but it is preliminary. Rocco?
Four previous calls to that house for domestic violence incidents. What came of those, and how is he able to take charge?
Yeah, my understanding here, Rocco, is that you're correct. There were prior calls to that house. That'll be part of the investigation going forward, why he was still in possession of those guns and what happened to those prior cases. I don't think I gave a number. If I did, I know that there were prior domestic calls. How many will have to be part of the investigation? That's all part of the investigation. That has come up, but it's extremely preliminary, and we'll have to vet that out. That I do not have. What we know is the officers arrived there at about 12:40 with the victim of the domestic violence. They enter the residence, and after about 6 minutes, he comes into the residence and starts shooting. Whether he was laying in wait or just happened to arrive at that time will be part of the investigation. Almost instantly, he walks in the front door and starts shooting at our two officers.
How many weapons did he have on his person?
We recovered 2 weapons at the scene. This will be the last one. We recovered a 3rd weapon that he owns not at the scene. Thank you all, and happy Thanksgiving.
sans-papiers. Solidarité avec les 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 sans-papiers.
What's going on?
Avec les sans-papiers. Solidarité avec les sans-papiers. Solidarité avec les sans-papiers. Solidarité avec les sans-papiers.
Just tearing it up over there, aren't they?
Avec les sans-papiers. Solidarité 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 avec les sans-papiers.
I have no idea what they're saying. Brian Smith, I have no idea. Where is Redfish? Does anybody know where Redfish is?
Alright, again, like I said, up here, 1000 block Summit Avenue, St. Paul.
That's in Minneapolis. I'm talking about the stream above it right here. Or right here.
I'm gonna log out here, but anybody wants to support the family, this is where you can find them. They've got extra signs up here for our people to hold too.
G-Trapper, what's up? G-Trapper, how you doing? Sorry guys, I'm like a little sore from work now, but Emma was working on my neck there, so I think she's got, I mean, pretty good. Can't really hear me, can you? I'll just bring this microphone over here so you guys can hear me. Everyday Mother. So Everyday Mother was doing a lot of vlogs, and so on. But she's now going to be doing a lot of she's going to be doing live streams. One, she sees how therapeutic it is for me, and I always talk about how great the people are around me, and I have a blast every single night doing it. And then now she got all excited, because she's like, well, who are these people, and this and that, and are they nice, are they friendly? I'm like, we get the odd person that's a butthole, but for the most part we have a great time, and it's awesome. So she's always running around with the kids, so she wants to try out the live stream, and I think it's be good for her too, just to kind of get out in the world, see what's going on, talk to new people, and that's why her link is rotating in the chat right now. So I think it'll be really good for her. She needs it. And if she gets monetized, that's less money I have to give her. I'm just picking. Beheading new hit to here.
That's my mouth all the time. People shouldn't be
Where's their beheading?
People shouldn't have to resort to picketing in front of the governor's house to try to get answers.
Where was there a beheading?
The brown person was taken.
What are you talking about?
It's just not. It's just over and over. What happened last weekend in Wisconsin or Omaha? They say he has a gun. They try to protest, point a laser pointer, call it a riot. Why? There's never any transparency.
No, there's no beheading anywhere.
Involved, or in this situation, when a white kid runs over a Native woman, who knows what the outcomes are? But if you're not honest and transparent, people have to come to the home of the governor and yell, give us some answers. It's ridiculous. And as a brown-bodied person,
I don't think the beheading thing was real. I think that's fake. Has to be fake. Stock market broke 30K.
day after day of watching this go on and on in this country. Oh, she showed up with some water for everybody and chips. In this country, that immigrants,
So,
up to this last
Jonathan,
fucked up administration, immigrants flee to come here. They're trying to come here for a better life. I talked to immigrants that have been here for 20 years.
guys, what do you think of this?
And they're like,
What do you think of this? Because Wayne, watch what Wayne has a red logo, as you can tell, right? It's white on red. So what I was thinking of doing was, because a lot of people think that this here is the same, Wayne Live is the same as Watch What Wayne. So what I was thinking of doing was using the same logo, but changing the color from red to blue. What do you guys think about that? Jonathan, what are you doing? Yes, my brother. So did you get that? You got that working? Want to do a test run?
But there's not much faith in that either. Because 500 years and very little has changed. There's some more freedoms, laws that were put in place to allow us to do some more
Don't
things.
change the color. Yeah, that would be great. Okay, let's do a test run with that. He was a refugee that was actually a radical. So you don't think I should change Wayne Live, the different logo? Like just the color? Keep the same logo, just keep the different color blue? You don't think that would be better?
No longer are we going to do it. And unless the people like Biden and Harris come in and say that, nothing will change.
Yeah, well, see, this channel here is not my main channel. Watch What Wayne is my main channel, right? So this is Watch What Wayne, which is red. And then my Wayne Live, this my personal life and stuff like that is this. That's this channel.
There's transparency. People can live without this kind of pain, this kind of anguish.
Change it. It looks like, I don't know what you're trying to say there. I get that he was okay. Blue will wash out on a black background. Yeah, it won't stand out like this. They may think that I changed the left. Well, maybe. But all the moderators are blue. Keep it the same, it's your brand. Even though it's two different things, Watch What Wayne is a show and Wayne Live is my own personal thing.
They should be living their life.
You think it's good that they keep, yeah, agree.
Kids should be having fun, enjoying themselves, learning. Even
Yeah,
during this
keep it the same then. I was just thinking because if you look at the actual, I'll give you an example here. I'll give you an example. So if you look at like the main screen, right? Like this, you see how the top logo, I was just messing around there. I put Batman looking at the world. But you see how right here, join, customize channel, and manage videos and stuff like that. This is all blue. So I just figured if we had a blue logo, match it all blue. So this would be blue, and then my other channel would be red. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Need more color. What about orange?
A little bit of music here, and then I'm gonna log off. I got some other stuff.
No,
I have to go
don't
to
like orange.
Places to be, but a little bit of this music.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. I'm just overthinking it. Ugh.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google. Stay connected with full-speed hotspot tethering.
Alright, I'm logging out of here. But again, if you want to come support the family, come up to the Minnesota Governor's Residence, St. Paul, Minnesota, 1000 block. I don't know what the address is here. They don't have to have a number on their building, I guess, but between Victoria and Lexington and St. Paul.
Seymour's, you going to sleep, Seymour? So I don't know, guys. So that's what that was my idea. I don't know. I can see what it looks like. Gold and black is sexy. Yeah. Am I on tonight? Yep, I'll be on tonight. I'll be on tonight. I'm just killing some time right now. And alright, so let's see what so let's see. Citizen World News, Mr. Keller. Keller, let's bring him up on the screen, guys. Let's do that right over here. Let's see what we got, Mr. Jonathan. Jonathan the man. Let's check this out. We're doing a little test run here for Citizen World News. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, hold on. Why do I have this? Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this here. And that. Let's do that right over here. Let's see what we got. I think I'm Jonathan. Yeah, I'm hearing myself through his speakers.
Am I good to go? Can you guys hear me and everything?
Here for Citizen World News. Let's see what we can do here.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay, hold on. Why do I?
Hey, Anio.
Let's get rid of this.
Thanks for coming in.
This here.
Not in my.
Citizen World News. Let's see what we can do here.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
This is pretty neat.
Okay, you'll have to mute the microphone for me.
Hey, Anio. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, actually, Jonathan, you talk. I'm going to mute the microphone here.
Let's see here.
Can you hear me? Yep.
So I'm wondering if since I'm watching your channel, then I wonder if I go to a different one that I can actually hear. Let's see here. I go to a different one that I can actually hear. There we go. Let's see here.
You're gonna get
go to a different one that I can actually hear. There we go.
You're going to get feedback. Go to something else.
Hold this up here.
There you go.
Does it sound normal now?
There you go.
Is it normal now?
Yep. There you go. Yeah, I lost all sound because I was getting a feedback because he was watching me watch him.
Perfect.
So yeah. So now.
Awesome, and you can hear the video playing.
Nice.
All right, perfect. Excellent. Boy, this is a lot harder than I ever expected, Wayne. This is crazy. But thank you for your help, man. We can get some news broadcasted now. Took a couple days, square some things away in my life here that I needed to get done. So I'm going to be dedicating a lot of time to Citizen World News and kind of diving into different things. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to end this broadcast because I want to put some things together and make it so so we have something to do. But thanks, Wayne. I appreciate it, man.
No problem, buddy. Nice. That's good. All right, well, that's good. So he's got CWN up and running. That's awesome. That is awesome. Wayne live 24/7 stream. Nice. No, Jonathan Keller. Wayne, good job, Jonathan Keller. Yes. No, I'm not streaming 24/7, but pretty damn close to it. Pretty damn close.
Also highlight that the weapon that was used in the shooting has not yet been recovered.
Oh.
Sterling should be considered armed and dangerous. We again thank the public for any assistance, and we hope that we will have a quick resolution to this case. We would ask that Mr. Sterling turn himself in, bring this to a quick conclusion. We would ask that any family, friends of Mr. Sterling implore him to do the same. Thank you.
Breaking Concord. Hey, how you doing, my man?
Attorney O'Keefe, Colonel Mason.
Oh.
I just want to say the events.
Watch what Wayne. Travel Tour Taste. What's up? Why the sad safe? I missed it. What did you miss? What'd you miss, Travel Tour?
Serve their communities with pride and distinction. I am proud of the men and women I serve with each and every day, and I look forward to the day we can stand before you
yeah.
and the capture of this individual. And I pray for the swift and full recovery of Trooper Lennon in his return to duty in serving the citizens of the Commonwealth with pride and distinction.
Just did a shift
As I said
of
the other day,
DoorDash. Made $105. Food deliveries are crazy. Nice. Congrats, man. That is awesome.
You know, we hear a lot about
nice.
wearing a vest and why vests are worn. And this is just a perfect example of
what video
how
did you miss?
They are, despite the fact that many police officers will tell you that they're uncomfortable to wear during an 8-hour shift, but nonetheless, this illustrates how important they are. And I can't help but think that but for that vest, we would be talking about a far more tragic incident than the incident that we're talking about now. And I would just close by reiterating something that
what's going on in upper left? That is, I'm not sure exactly the location of that. Maybe somebody could tell me the location of those police officers there. I have no idea where they are. It doesn't even say in the Facebook description or anything. Maybe somebody could read the back of their.
That there'll be no harm that will come to Mr. Sterling.
Maybe Mexico, maybe? France, yeah. Give a quack if you're an original Duck fan. Yeah.
In the town, wherever he is, and make an arrangement.
So this guy got killed a cop, and that's what they're asking him to turn himself in. Check this out.
But we hope that he will do that. Thank you.
You think France,
Take a few
Seymour?
questions
Yeah.
if there are any that we can answer. Yes. there are a number of different places. He doesn't seem to spend a whole lot of time in any one place. He has places in Florida that he's been associated with, places on the West Coast that he has been associated with. And we hope this information and that poster gets as wide a dissemination as it can, because we really don't know where he is. And the message here is for the protection of the next police officer who may encounter this individual. So we're prevailing on you to get this information distributed far and wide. Anything else? Yes. Well, you know, I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of what the investigation has yielded to this date, other than to say it was really boots on the ground police work that led us to seize a number of motor vehicles that were involved in this incident very quickly, and to track down a number of people and interview them very quickly, and the police should be commended for that.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
You said you were working here. Do you think he fled the state?
It's certainly possible that he has fled the state.
And I understand he also had a couple of warrants out for him at the time this incident took place last week. When was he actually released from jail? Was that recently? Do you know why he was released, under what circumstances?
I don't, but I can get back to you on that. I don't know that he was in jail recently and got released. The warrants may be for other things.
Do you have any sense or if he was just sort of passing through here, or is this latest sort of?
He's been here, we feel, for a while, months. Okay? Thank you. Make sure you get a good shot of that poster. Thank you, gentlemen.
Of our communities. That work must continue. I said this last month. Our work for 2021 doesn't end with the passage of this budget. Now is the time for us to keep working, to make government run more equitably and efficiently, to create new opportunities for good jobs, and open more opportunities in the trades for women and people of color. We have many, many challenges that lie before us on our journey towards a more perfect union. I look forward to working with all of you to make that journey one that we can all be proud of. Public service is about collaboration and partnership. It's about sacrifice and putting country and city over self. By holding to our core values and shared commitment to the common good that has guided us through our path and will continue to light our way forward in the months and years ahead. Again, I want to thank everyone once again for continuing to stand up for what makes Chicago great, for all the challenges we have faced. I am certain that generations from now will look back on this moment with a measure of appreciation and pride. And through our passion and God's grace, we will see ourselves through the rest of this crisis and build the great future that lies ahead for all of us, for generations to come. We must stand tall and meet these challenges head on. That is what we must do as elected officials, as leaders, as stakeholders, as residents of this great city in order to move us forward. We owe this not only to this time, but we owe this for the future that we are creating for our children and for their children. Being a leader is never easy. It's particularly not easy in a time like this. But I can tell you that I am humbled every single day to be the mayor of this great city, to work in collaboration with so many brilliant and innovative people in and out of city government. What I say to all of you is onward. The journey continues. And now it's my pleasure to welcome Adrienne Johnson to the podium. Ms. Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot. My name is Adrienne Johnson, and I get the opportunity to serve as the Vice President of Violence Intervention and Prevention Services at UCAN every day. I'm here to commend the mayor, her administration, and the city council, the aldermen of the city council, on passing a historic budget. Sorry. This budget is more than just dollars, actually. It provides us an opportunity, people who work in community, an opportunity to give young people a way forward, right? And it also gives me at UCAN and our staff at UCAN an opportunity to give young people a youth development coach. It gives us an opportunity to do street outreach and violence interruption, as well as career development, and offer our young people and residents in our communities clinical services. So as we move...
slow the chat, please. Yeah.
This work has been done for so long, for decades, without any help from the city. So during this time, this historic budget pass is one that I'm personally very excited about, and I really believe that it will give young people in communities an opportunity to move forward, to be great, to be everything that they were created to be. And in 2019, the mayor passed an $11.5 million budget, and now for violence prevention. And now in 2021, it's a $32 million budget. And I just want to say thank you.
144 thumbs up.
I work in communities that have that people kind of throw away. Young people get thrown away all the time.
Liz, how you doing?
And so I just want to say thank you,
Hey
not
guys,
just
in
to
about
you,
an
but to
hour
the
from now,
aldermen in the city
about
council
an hour
for
from now,
thinking
I'm
about
heading to the
people
gym.
who are
So I
often
can do one or two
who
things.
are often
I can shut down the stream,
not thought about on a regular
and
basis.
we can start
And
up
it
at
not just gives
9
them
p.m.
give them an opportunity to move forward, but it also gives the resident
Jonathan, no
the
problem.
residents in those communities an opportunity to feel safe. And
So we
everybody
could shut down the stream, and I could start back up at 9 p.m. or 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That way, there I can go to the gym. I can eat with the family and with the kids, and then we could start back up again at 9. Does that seem like something you guys want to do?
Veronica Clark.
It's up to you guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Veronica Clark, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at TCA Health Center.
All right, John. Sounds good.
Mayor Lightfoot. And I also want to extend a thanks to, they're not here, but
Sounds
Matt
good.
Richards
Thought you had
and
another,
Dr.
or
Harwood
yeah, the other option is I could
and
just leave it
the
on.
entire Chicago Department of Public Health
But I won't be able to monitor it if it goes down or
The city of
if
Chicago's
there's
trauma-informed
boring
network
stuff
care.
on there. I won't be able to monitor it.
With the
It
passing
literally
of
will
today's
be just
budget,
like this.
we're excited
And it
to do our
auto-populates,
part
so
to
I don't
make
know
the
what
city of
comes in, what
Chicago
doesn't come in.
a national leader
So for all I
in
know, you could be
trauma-informed
watching
care.
wildlife.
TCA Health is celebrating 50 years.
Yeah, the
and
problem is I don't know what will
50th
come up
year
if it's
anniversary of providing
auto-populating.
co-located primary care, behavioral health, and dental care and support services on Chicago's far south side.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'm gonna end up shutting it out. What I'll do is I'll shut it down. We've been streaming for how long? 4.5 hours. So what we'll do is we'll shut it down and then we'll come back. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me check something quickly first here. Just give me 1
Health
second.
disparities run deep and are among the highest in our city. And our high rate of chronic health disease.
Okay, yeah, I do have a stream already set up for 9 o'clock tonight.
Disparities are also affecting us. We've had even a high.
I have a stream for
in the areas we serve.
For tonight, so this will be tonight's stream
behavioral health services
for 9
that
p.m.
meets the needs of residents in our service area that are culturally reflective of the people we serve. And
Yeah,
that
I
are
hear you,
highly-
Anio.
That are high quality and barrier free. TCA Health serves anyone
Yeah,
in need,
exactly.
regardless
Okay,
of their ability
so that's
to
what we'll
pay.
do. So the link I just put up in the chat there, guys.
TCA operates a school-based health center located
Where's it
in
here? Yeah, right here.
Carver Military Academy.
So that link that I'm
mobile
putting in the
health
chat
clinic
right there
for-
is the link for the scheduled stream for tonight at 9 p.m. So if you want to click that, you can hit reminder and you can go through there, and then we'll be back up and running at 9 p.m. Jim Flowers Cheeks out the Lions. Check out the Lions. It's Triple T live. Is Triple T live? I don't know. Travel Tour, are you live right now? I can't wait to see you later. No problem, Han. Yeah, so I think Travel, are you live right now? Is anybody live right now? Let's see. Is anybody live? We can. Who is Nightbot? Check them out, please. The Nightbot is an AI that I put in there that is automatically putting links in. Now, a lot of people have Nightbot as delete profanity, all the stuff that you moderators would be doing. I could program that bot to be doing, but all I have the Nightbot doing right now is just throwing links from Watch What Wayne, Commander Vlogs, Travel Tour Taste, Tim Simpson. All it's doing is every 15 minutes it throws one of those links up. So it's just to rotate and give those people some exposure, that's all. Opie with the iCoffee. No, don't have any of that stuff set up. I literally have Nightbot just for the links, so I don't want I didn't want it to be overwhelming and having Nightbot control everything. So Nightbot in this stream is just advertisement purposes for people that I want to help out and show love to. That's all. That's all Nightbot does for me. It could do so much more, but I don't want it to. Can you add my link into the mix? Brian Smith, absolutely can do. I'll do it for tonight's show because I can't do it midstream. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you have to support other channels, right? And they're absolutely awesome people. Eat every one of them. So 148 thumbs up, guys. That's actually pretty awesome. We got 2 more. If we got 2 more thumbs up, that'd be 150. We could shut her down at 150 thumbs up. That'd be not a bad day considering we only streamed for about 4 hours. We had what do we have here? We got Rob and Annie O dropping the $5 each for the donations. I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. And everybody else that sat here and wasted the last 4.5 hours of your time with me. Thank you very much for donating your time. It was absolutely awesome spending this time with you guys. So I really, really do appreciate each and every one of you being here more than you can ever know. I'm telling you right now, more than you can ever know. So thank you very much for being here, donating your time. And tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there will be another live show. There's the link for it. Click the link, hit that reminder button so that you can join us tonight. And I think tonight I'm going to kind of kick back and relax. Haley's not in here right now, but I'm pretty sure Haley will be in later on. I did get my package from Haley. I got my package from Haley, which I'll probably end up cracking into what she sent me. That is one of 2 bottles. Haley. So I gotta wait for her to come on so I can thank her for that. And yeah, I'll probably have a shot or 2 tonight and just kind of sit back and relax, and we'll see what's going on. Brandon, see you all later. Have a good night, afternoon. Country Girl 77. I love your little picture. I do. I love it. I did not see the reminder, but we'll look again. Okay, no problem. The reminder might not. Oh, maybe it should be there. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Either way, you guys will find it. You guys are the best. So you're the best, Wayne. Thank you very much. William Walsh says, "No, guys, you are good. You are great. You are amazing." So, all right, guys. As I always say, if you can't be good, guys, be good at it. And I will see you tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you very much. And if you haven't hit that thumbs up, hit it. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, hit it. And I will see you tonight. And guys, be good or be good at it. I love you. I'll see you then. Love them. Awesome people. Awesome, 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 awesome.